No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to cross.
I'm moving too far. Get to glance. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I'm moving too far. Get to glance.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the grand finals. So this is it. Like this is the last event for League of Legends for the entirety of UCEI Holiday Invitational, sponsored by Xfinity. I'm Michael again, and I have Jamel again to cast this entire thing again. Are you ready for what is going to happen for the rest? Hopefully, 5 game series.
Oh, I am very excited, and I really do hope it does go down to a five-game series, Michael. This is UCI versus UCSD. These two have met in the winners bracket previously, with UCI coming out on top 2-1 in a best of three already. And we saw some very explosive gameplay coming out of UCSD as well. They are hungry for trying to run it back in this grand finals right here. And already we saw a misfortune band targeted right at Frenzy. We saw how strong that pick was yesterday in their composition. San Diego was literally playing around Frenzy so hard, peeling him and just letting him dish out as much damage as possible. So I want to see what happens now that Frenzy has to go off to a less comfortable pick, I'd say.
And one we have to wonder is also the fact that a lot of the champions on the top side got targeted on the side of UCI. Clone Sheep was the one that who indeed had the liberty to pick into the Lightning Spears Wukong, and this matchup is like normally considered a decent one for the side upset because you're able to deal with the early barrage of Wukong's lane phase at the same time actively have that crowd control response when you are indeed getting dove, and that seems to be the game again on the side of UCSD as they are actually fielding a full dive comp yet again.
Yeah, I do want to highlight now that we're talking about top lane. UCI gave 4 targeted bans towards Wukong. I'm sorry, towards Dyson Sphere in the top lane. Aatrox Shen, I know Dyson Sphere played a lot of, at least in solo queue. And then we saw a little bit of the Ornn yesterday, and Malphite's just a menace in general on this patch. Comparing that to all the bans San Diego is fielding, it's a lot more duelist oriented, banning out Clone Sheep's Fiora, Irelia, Camille. So you can already see the difference in playstyle between the two top laners. I want to see that already since the matchup is favored towards set, how King Clueless will deal with that. Will he try to go towards top side, dish out a little bit of help towards there? Or are we going to see more of the same, repeatedly ganking bot lane, try to get Frenzy ahead for San Diego?
And when we are really looking at specifically some of these lanes, we could see that there's actually a lot of skill inspection required for almost every single lane individually. Maybe the mid lane matchup is going to be a little bit more one sided because Sierra on Gladio is going to be able to shove in Super Frankie relatively early despite taking a little bit of an HP trade. Shouldn't be that big of a problem. Galio as a magic shield like in the first place to prevent that from happening anyway. But this seems to be a rather even draft with one comp's identity being a little bit stronger than the other. But that doesn't necessarily mean that UCI is just here to down just take the pounding because man, they have some really scary scaling options.
Right. I really like the Victor pick. Victor just is very strong. And even though you're into Galileo, you have a little bit of disadvantage in that shoving before you get that lost chapter, start getting your first item going. But once a Victor is able to pop off, they are doing so much damage from a relatively safe area. And that sort of control mage playstyle, I think, really benefits UCI's team composition since they don't have that super solid front line, right? Being able to control areas as the Victor allows Youngbin to just dish out more damage, give them a little more safe space because you're gonna need it when there's a Galio and a Nautilus ready to jump on an immobile gym, even if they have Gale Force.
Yeah, and I think these are some of the very well-known players throughout the entirety of the tournament, and in fact, throughout like a lot of their CeeLo careers. Because once we look at the team of UCI, this is rather a mix of old players and the new, like Clone Sheep and Young being very famous players, each contributing to UCI's former success. And it is worth noting that a lot of the target bans, like you have said, happen directly towards Clone Sheep's champions, or rather the champions that he's been rather famous with. Camille, Fiora, Irelia, all amazing duelists and amazing laners, and his aggressive styles just seems to back him up. And with Set's current prevalence with Core Drinker, and also just because of his ability to max Q first after the base damage changes, he's just going to be a very strong powerhouse on the top side if UCI ever needs him to be.
I just feel that like I've watched UCI's composition a lot since I'm obviously from their school, but they are a very aggressive playstyle team, right? We've seen a lot of crazy jungle invades, and it's a lot of clean aggression, I would say. It's not just random face checking, but rather, all right, let's try and shove these waves and get a quick early rotate level 3, level 4, and catch someone at their jungle. And we saw in the first series yesterday with Cal and UCSD, although they were doing fine in the bot side, King Clueless had a little bit of trouble against Rex Required in that early game jungle because we just saw how aggressive Rex Required was, and that was starting to slow down King Clueless's ability to macro. In the second game, he picked Hecarim and just farmed it out, right? He got the stats and was able to carry the game through that way. But now I want to see, since UCI is so focused on that early game aggression, combine that with the fact that Youngbin, like you said, famous in CLOL, he's a very aggressive bot laner as well. I don't think Youngbin would give up too much to Frenzy for free, right? He's going to try and trade just as aggressively as Frenzy would. So there's going to be a lot of fires that King Clueless will have to put out in terms of both the jungle and the bot lane presence. And I want to see if he's able to keep calm and able to deal with it, or is he going to falter to the pressure from UCI?
And right, and the entirety of the set, I actually remember this one specifically play that UCI made where they just took a blast button and just straight up invaded with Olaf. Unfortunately, that will not be happening because King Clueless is quite excellent on Graves, and Graves being one of the best answers, if not the best answer to Olaf. So most likely we're not going to see that. But speaking of Graves, look at that rune choice, just conquer on it. Just
Mm.
do you think that is an accident or is there a specific intent behind it?
I mean, it has a different sort of strengths, right? You get a little bit more sustain the longer you're dueling as the Graves, but my main concern, right, is if you're getting bursted out by a Jin or a Kha'Zix or even Victor at one point, are you going to be able to sit in that fight long enough? Especially since you're only going to be stacking that that armor with true grit, right? Victor can do enough damage to stop you from being able to frontline as efficiently. And if you don't have that electrocute to burst out anyone, or maybe a dark harvest if you're feeling that spicy, it could be a little rough. It's just one of those things where you have to see how long King Clueless can stay up in these fights.
And I think that would be exactly the way that King Clueless wants to take these fights if he wants to do indeed take Conqueror route, is try to stay in the fight as long as possible. Try to hit Clone Sheep, try to hit Detro that are trying to just get a lot of damage in and then consistently, and maybe you'll be hitting them long enough to the point that you'll be able to start Conquerors and you'll be a very, very formidable teamfight machine. And in that seems to be the common theme between UCSC, despite their dive comp, because much of them, while not necessarily departmentalizing in specific things also seems to excel in sustained team fights. While if we look at Super Frankie and Youngbin, like the champions quite say the opposite. Burst damage, instant deletion, and then pure destruction. And in a lot of ways, Youngbin must be having he must feel rather comfortable as we're just going for a first invade and UCI just straight up have to back off because of the superior level one, or maybe they're going to take the fight as unless it's just going to be not necessarily Raz using his dredge line to this full efficiency, and he does not have aftershock just straight up there, and then he's just immediately going to go down with the first blood, maybe, but King Clue survives
Oh
just
my
enough.
god.
And now Super Frankie is here, and now there's a huge numbers disadvantage. Just Sarif is just arriving a little bit later
Oh,
to the fight,
Clueless.
and he's just surviving all the way. And maybe Sarifi's going to get a double kill, and maybe it'll be all for the worth. But he just walks away from the bush because he didn't get the red enough vision control. And damn, this is just an insanely explosive fight just to start the series. And 3-1, UCI just comes out on top though.
What a way to start a best of 5. That was a very, very bold play by San Diego, and I admire the effort trying to prevent UCI's early aggression by being the early aggressor, right? Unfortunately, that invade got a little bit messy, and UCI felt very comfortable just sitting there. I think it did help a little bit that since Youngbin started the Boots potions, they felt confident enough to walk away from the Nautilus hook and have enough sustain, I guess, to stay that long, and paid off for them. They have 3 kills to their name, and San Diego only able to take 1 away on the Galio.
And the worst part about this entire thing is that King Clueless is the one of the members who died, and he's gonna face the prize immediately right after, as Rowan Pro most likely takes him down. And oh my god, the catastrophe that is occurring right now in front of my eyes. What is the EXP difference going to be?
That is just so detrimental to King Clueless. We talked about it earlier, where King Clueless wasn't able to deal with that much early aggression from Rex Required in the last matchup. Now, how are you going to deal with a 3-0 Kha'Zix before you even get your first camp done? That completely shuts King Clueless out of this early game, and now Duong Pro free to be as aggressive as UCI is known for.
And wow, like what an excellent like dreadline usage by Unless to prevent that aggression from happening. But this has already been a one-sided game so far and so on, because look at the gold difference. There's no way that something like this is produced within the 3 minutes of the game.
King
It's rather
Clueless He needs Seraph to come over and make sure that he can get that Scuttle Crab, while Wong Pro, he's free to run over to red buff on the enemy jungle over and over again and just be a menace. And that forces not only King Clueless to play safe, but both the solo laners to respect the threat that Duong Pro has. Once Duong Pro gets a recall, they could even probably have that lethality Dirk ready to go, and they can start blowing people up before Galio can get tanky and before Dyson Sphere can sit under turret and farm and get a freeze.
And what I really like from the side of UCI is that I see a lot of intent in their early movements. Look at Detro's movements right now, like capitalizing the early reset that Youngbin was able to take off of the Swifty boost, that he used that to clear the mid lane ward to make sure that Super Frank is going to have a rather safe lane, and at the same time, taking out a couple of river controls so that Duong Pro could play even more aggressive. Because look at this fact that there's a lot of these waves are happening without any type of jungle intervention from the side of Graves. Despite this huge wave crashing in, Clone Sheep is actually freely able to hit this tower without even respecting Dyson Spear's damage, because he knows for a fact that Graves cannot be here. Duong Pro is just hovering him. There's no way of like an external like usage being employed, and now like is this a dive angle? And this is just a Set's power at this point, because he's actually going to immediately look for a return kill, but that's going to be immediately be punished. Right, just close but no cigar, I guess. But Clone Sheep survives and Dyson Spear goes down. He probably has to use TP now.
That is super duper unfortunate right here. We already have the top side falling apart in terms of CS. Now that Dyson Sphere down that kill, and they're going to have to burn TP Flash to get back top side. That opens up a lot of playmaking opportunities for Clone Sheep. We saw last game that San Diego really liked to play with that TP-oriented comp, going towards bot lane with the double TP, but there's no more teleports available for them to make those plays. So Frenzy's going to have to sit there dealing with a Jhin that has the Swifties ready to go.
And I think this is just another situation where you might just be putting yourself into a whole heap of trouble, UCSD. But maybe there's actually a way to come back, as unless just lands the dredge line relatively easily. But look at Youngbin just focusing down King Clueless, but luckily enough, they actually get a return kill, and a really, really needed one as well, because, man, if that went wrong, then what could possibly even go more wrong?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see this sort of game state right here now. We saw that just it's very difficult for any of the solo laners for San Diego to really try and eke out leads, because even if Kha'Zix isn't there, you have to respect that threat. And we see a little bit of brawling in topside now.
Yeah, and that is exactly the reason why Set actually has a really relatively easy lane against Wukong, because if without Wukong chooses to use his W for the flow manipulation and then try to dodge the W, Set still comes out on top, because unfortunately for the side of Dyson Spear, the Set crit W damage is actually not the main contributor in the Set's excellence of laning phase, especially with the Q-Max that is going to be involved. Employed by Clone Sheep right here. And with these current map states, yes, the gold lead has closed down a little bit, but it is still formidable with a 1.5k gold lead, especially being employed this early. And it just seems like this bot lane is just always like weaving a little bit out of harm's way just with every single Special Lantern too. So let's see the way that this is going to be employed, as the gameplay for both teams just seem to be dragging.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this dragon fight will turn out, because although we don't have the teleport potential coming from UCSD, they do have Galio ult, and they could try to stir something up since Frenzy is on that one kill. There isn't too much of a damage deficit. Kaisa could try to kite it out, but it looks like UCI will get that Drake uncontested, and they will continue to expand that gold lead. I do want to highlight just how UCI is playing this sort of what I call clean aggression. They're not just throwing themselves at the enemy team looking for these 50-50 plays. It seems as though every time they go for an aggressive play, they have something to back it up. Alright, are we going to have our ADC walk up? We have the Thresh Lantern ready to go. But it looks like we're actually going to see a little bit of a lane gain coming from the Kha'Zix. He's going to chill there for a bit.
So there is a Mia Ping being employed right now. They're quite suspicious of why the reason why UCL all of a sudden are playing forward. Remember that the Thresh has been poised to just do specific things, but there's also a top gank just happening, and it just seems like Seraph is just like running everywhere and just making these plays happen. Remember, the first spot lane pick that they actually went on the side of UCSD was because of the Galio taunt, and yet again, it seems like another time that despite not directly participating into the action itself, Galio was always the one with the first move, and it just seems to give them a lot of pressure to actually weasel their way back. And all of a sudden, the 2k gold lead that seems rather catastrophic is now all of a sudden has decreased to a 400 gold lead, so, and that is much more manageable.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job of stabilizing the game. I think San Diego has just very good rubber band potential. They don't let those early game mess ups really affect them mentally. They're still playing very confidently, albeit not as aggressive as they can. But I really like that Seraph, they're not going to be winning a 1v1 versus Victor necessarily until they get those items. They're going to be looking for just, all right, let me push the wave in,
Oh, that is
and then I'll walk top over and over again.
That is a tragic Jin Q bounce if anybody has caught that, and then it just leaving just 5 HP behind for every other minion other than the first one. And those are the ones where you're just like really sad as a player, and sometimes that always happens. And a lot of these champions actually have some of these moments here. Galio passive could be one of them, like Victor E could be one of them. And oftentimes, like when it's a common point where if you're behind in items and if you're behind in terms of levels, and same things like these are going to happen where you cannot contest almost anything. And as Duong Pro is just constantly taking camp after camp and then even buff after buff, he seems to be ballooning his lead more and more. And I think the like small shout out to King Clueless for actually recovering a rather catastrophic start, because considering how the game started for him, the CS differential actually is not the worst thing.
Yeah, I feel that although the CS differential isn't that bad, what really gave way was just Duong Pro's ability to try and set lanes ahead. Although he took most of the kills, right, he is still going to be a little bit ahead in terms of XP and items for the next couple of minutes. I know King Clueless is going to just be AFK farming on the Graves, which is very good because of just how fast he can clear. But the presence of Duong Pro on the map is still a little bit more threatening than King Clueless just because of the kill pressure. We saw King Clueless get that buff smited away from him, even though Galio was nearby, just because Duong Pro felt confident enough to say, I can either escape or I can kill one of you and then escape. And they can't really contest that blue buff.
And I just think that you're right in a way that Duong Pro is actually prioritizing a lot of objectives and just like team welfare other than his own benefit, because he very well could have actually made additional plays. And look at UCEI taking on bot lane's awareness and being aware that there could be a cross-map play because while his jungler is on the other side of the map, while Clone should be just playing as aggressively as possible because he knows that immediately after the Rift Herald take, then the immediate target for it is going to be the top side with almost 2.5 plates down, and this is actually just one shot Rift Herald angle if Koshi plays properly. And now they're still not giving him the angle. Just look at the discipline they're playing. Yeah, they're losing all the CS, but would you rather lose CS and then die as well? But like that is immediately just an excellent amount of discipline just being displayed on the side of UCS bot lane. I think we haven't seen this much in this tournament so far, so this is something that is like rather unique to me as a caster to cast.
Yeah, and I think it's very good because if you're not giving up those kills to King Clueless, you're wasting his time sitting there. Like, you can farm those Krugs, but I don't really care. We're getting top lane terror, and we're threatening in the next ones. That forces King Clueless to sit there, try to get a dive that won't work, and then recall and face check a jungle that Duong Pro has warded and is clearing himself here. You can see now that Graves is late to the party, they're gonna have to try and match this fight.
Oh no, I don't think that Ship actually wanted to ulti towards that direction. Maybe he wanted to go for an insect because mainly he went for that flash and just immediately went for the shuffle. But nonetheless, that is a little bit of a blooper and a half. We're just going to disregard anything that happened. And meanwhile, we're actually seeing a couple of turret plating takes not only from the side of the top lane, but also from the mid lane. I guess because in the mage versus roamer matchup, the worst thing that the mage can do is follow this roamer around. Try to recover when you're already late to the fight, and then maybe you're gonna get there and the accident has already happened, and then you look at mid lane and it is not being taken, and so you have even CS while you're getting outroamed. And that is not happening on the side of Super Frankie. Super Frankie is actually just getting a rather nice CS lead for himself, 20 in fact, and also 2 turret plate gold worth of leads. So that is actually almost 2.5 kills worth of gold, and that is actually coming into reflection very soon, as he's not necessarily recalling right now, but he has 2.6k in his wallet right now.
Yeah, and the best part about it is that since Victor is not really a good roamer, so even if you try to match these Galio roams, Galio's gonna get to the fight first just because of his ult. There's no denying that. Even if you do roam to the fight, and if you're not able to dish out the damage alone to get a kill, you're kind of useless because your W isn't the easiest CC to really land on. Getting that advantage through the farm, like you said, and then trying to get your spike earlier than Galio means that when the laning phase is over and you start to groove in these team fights, Victor's going to be doing a lot more in terms of damage versus Galio, who really just has a CC rotation, gets into the back line, and then can get whittled down by the rest of the UCI's team composition here. Although Seraph is making it work and trying to stabilize topside as much as possible, I want to see how these team fights work out and the dynamic between the Wukong and the Set, because they both kind of do a similar job of causing that disruption, except Set can body slam the front line into the back line.
And I think this is like a situation where Dyson Sphere is actually employing a rather interesting strategy of just like trying to start a soft freeze on the top lane. And with the cannon and 2 range minions, he's most likely going to be being able to do it. LSXYZ from heaven above is most likely going to be smiling when he's dreaming about this, as this is just going to be like a typical situation where Clone Sheep is going to have to extend himself a little bit more to freeze this. And look at that set damage actually, as they're just going to be immediately TPing on the bot side. Oh my god, what did I miss? And there's just a lot of pandemonium going on everywhere, but it seems like UCI is just going to be on the counter attack with just every bullet kind of missing right now. Youngman, you gotta land a couple of these, and oh my god, he lands the one that actually matters, but it's a little bit too late. As oh man, is Frenzy actually going to get passed away? But he just survives with just a sliver of HP. As I guess the major contention just happens, results in a support dying, and the poor support every single time. And UCSC just gets away scot-free. And wait, what also happened on the top side? Was there a solo kill?
Dyson Sphere got away on a sliver of health. Clone Sheep hit the W and hit the clone. Then Dyson Sphere got a tiny bit greedy and went back in, and Set has enough lifesteal to get the winning side on that. So, I mean, technically UCI came out ahead from that entire exchange, you'd say, but looks like everyone's just gonna be resetting, and Set's gonna be happy taking that top turret down.
Yeah, and rightfully so. And these are one of these situations where you have won the battle, but just lost the war, because look at the tower takes that are being happening. 3-0 is the current tower tally, and it doesn't seem to be closing anytime soon.
Detro.
Oh wait, there's just going to be pigs left, right, and center throughout this fight, I guess, because you gotta remember, when you're the most vulnerable time that the laner could overextend themselves is when the tower is about to go down. Because remember, on the psyche of the players, it is specifically when somebody's overextending that much to like touch the tower, then you better assume that there's going to be someone out there to help them out. And I guess Frenzy thought that Youngbin is alone by his lonesome, and then he just gets hooked and then just immediately gets sent to the death realm.
Again, it's just that controlled aggression. We will wait, we'll let you pick at our bot turret if you're on the side of UCI, but the minute your turret drops and you're sitting free from a turret, Detro's going to be right there to hit you with a hook. And now we're at a 3-0 Youngbin. That's exactly what I want to see if you're rooting for UCI, right? He's going to be able to take more control of these team fights than the Kai'Sa right now, just because of how upfront those damage bursts can be. They can really look to just take out the Graves or the Kai'Sa before they're really able to hit those power spikes, especially since Graves, you know, like we said earlier, wants to stay in the fight for longer, wants to stack up Conquerors so they get the real value out of that rune. But it's starting to look like he won't be able to, because there's a lot of burst that's ready to go on UCI's side.
And I really like UCI's movements here. Support and jungler just dueling and then just like making as much like vision control as possible. And this is exactly the way that they're actually allowed to play now, because of the vision control that they have been able to get. And unless he's forced to burn the flash, and he's just going to be able to get out safely. And the Thresh Lantern, just in case available, in case that Wong Pro is caught in a sticky situation, but none such thing will happen. Because if we look at the team composition on the side of UCSD, while they have ample amount of CC, it is concentrated onto 2 specific champions, because Wukong CC is rather a non-factor in some of these team fights because of his recent nerfs. So with Nautilus going down, nobody's going to be able to lock down the Kazakhstan of the towers.
And now we have a very clean mid lane take here. All those turrets being taken out away from UCSD means this Drake control is just going to be even harder. Combine that with Dwong Pro already on the Rift Herald, and I can see a lot more turrets falling, a lot less map control coming from UCSD, because if you look at the minimap, it is completely lit up by UCI right now. They have such confidence in being able to just roam through the jungle as they please because of the leads that Dwong Pro established in that early game.
And I really like the response play on the side of UCSC. They're saying that there's only one thing that we're better than right now, if anything, and that is team fighting. And look at their vision control and retort, and they're just pretty much covering all the visions that they can and investing everything that they can towards this dragon. And they're saying, please come to us. We understand that this is Soul Point and you probably want to fight this, and we will fight you right back. And maybe not, because they're kind of running away as Clone Sheep is just in the back line, just making this Frenzy's life absolutely miserable. And remember that his grit has still not been taken. He just walks out scotch-free. And the disengage ultimate on the side of the Seraph is just going to make everybody just turn around. But look at that, immediately like that, even if there's no real game being lost with unless being the only person going down, they still get the Soul Point Drake.
There's one more Drake to Soul Point if I'm not mistaken after this.
Isn't this Soul Point? I'm pretty sure they got 3.
Yeah, they have. Oh, after this it's Soul Point, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's rough because basically the entire backline of San Diego is getting bursted out. Super Frankie, they have the cleanse, so they can walk up like that, like a Banshee, say, alright, I'm just gonna ult Graves over here, I'm gonna press an E in the backline right here, and then there's already so much damage dished out. Graves already procced the shield bow, and they can't really heal back up, they can't walk up because they're just gonna get bursted even further and die. So that forces the entire team of San Diego give up the Drake, even though their preferable situation is the team fight here. And they just keep on bleeding objectives. And although that big gold lead in the beginning of the game started to close, it's starting to open back up. We're almost at that 5k gold deficit.
And although like late game like gold deficits are not as big of a deal in the early game, you're indeed right that there's actually a huge problem that has been presented on the side of UCSC during that fight. When Frenzy was not able to deal too much damage and not being able to dish out his entire entire array of just true damage procs in front of the front line, we have to realize that King Clueless is still behind. 2 items like on the side of Duan Pro immediately responded by just 1 little mythic item on the side of King Clueless, and without the Braves damage, then there's only going to be 1 single target form of like main damage on the side of UCSD, as King Clueless is just going to get ran down. I don't think he's not necessarily going to die off of this unless there's actually immediately just I guess
Jin ult just to secure that.
Yep, they just called in the cavalry and they said, we never know if this guy's just going to get away and we're going to make his life additionally miserable. And I guess that is not necessarily needed in that sense, but we get the overall gist. UCI just wants everybody to commit to it together. Like you said, control aggression, but entirely with the team and not only one individual player. Because if one individual player is doing the control aggression play, then we can usually consider that and coin that as limit testing.
Yeah, it's not too much limit testing to the side of UCI here. And I just like that, although, like you said, it's not that necessary to drop the Jin ult in that specific instance. I feel they're just more on the side of, let's make Graves' life very, very difficult. Make them honestly mental boom and make it very hard for them to just play the game. We saw that UCSD does have very good resilience. With Dyson Sphere in a couple games ago, they were able to bounce back from an 0-4 lead, but the problem this time is that UCI isn't showing weaknesses or any chinks in the armor. They're just playing very cleanly. Every fight or engagement they do as a team. So it's hard to find one person sitting in a side lane that's ready to get picked off. And if there's one person in the side lane, it's going to be Set, who can 1v2, 1v3 if they give them enough time anyway.
And I really like Clone Sheep's decision of going for the Sunfire Mythic upgrade rather than just a typical Gorn Dragon that one would see out of a Bruiser set. Because he understands his role in this game. He doesn't necessarily need to deal damage when there's a Victor and a Jin and a really, really fed Kha'Zix on your side. All you need to do is just soak up damage. You just need to be a terrifying threat on the side of UCSD, just dive the backline and then possess enough damage because of your inherent champion, but at the same time have survivability. Have the resistances enough so you could actually take the initial blow and not be taken out, and easily be able to walk out of the fight once your W has been used. And that is most likely going to be the way that he's going to be looking for these fights, as his TP is going to slowly coming up and he's going to look for another flank.
Especially since the Graves is so far behind and the only real damage dealer would be the Kaisa in these team fights. Set can afford to just be that base stat bully, right? And then duel based off just having Sunfire Cape, like you said. Now that we transition to this sort of Baron control around the Vision Vision control around the Baron, we're going to be seeing a little bit more timid gameplay, I would feel, from UCI, because they don't want to give up any major cooldowns right when Baron is up. They want to be able to take it if needed. But in response, looks like San Diego's trying to get some wave control mid lane and try to make them sort of 50-50, like, we're going to go for the Drake or are we going to set up towards Baron?
And this is rather a very clear example of how ahead UCI is, and just off of their lane assignment and their deployment. Because a Victor will rarely be seen in a side lane this freely, and imagine a Victor being allowed to overextend like this much against the Wukong and not be under threat of getting killed or solo kill straight up. And this is just how strong Super Frankie is at this point and how much pressure UCI has garnered around mid lane, because the fact that a Victor is just able to do that is something that you don't see in almost any game. And
yeah,
that is something that we just call, say, close to no score yet again for the side of Unless, as he's actually able to interrupt the general ultimate, which is going to come into a pretty good benefit. But Detroit's landing his hooks, and it seems to be working pretty well for him, as the Clone Sheep was actually mid-air with his target, but he was unfortunately taken out. So he was not able to completely use the full smackdown, but it doesn't seem to matter on the side because UCI's click carries are really strong and they're just lifting all the weights possible. And that is just another wipeout, and then tower's going to be taken out, and 2 objectives are alive, and which one is UCI going to take?
That was just such an aggressive play from Youngbin. I just consistently reminded he is an aggressive Lucian player at heart, but give him a dash, he'll do the same exact thing. Dash to initiate the team fight. San Diego says, alright, we caught one of their carries off, but then the rest of UCI, brilliant collapse, and now I feel like UCI feels confident getting the vision to try and threaten both. They're gonna take the Drake for sure, but that Baron is still something on their radar that they're going to be looking for once everyone gets the reset in.
And with an AK gold lead, UCSC is just saying that we cannot contest this anymore, so we gotta look for some sort of a fight. And Super Frankie unfortunately cannot take the Lantern. And this is when we wonder why in the world it was it Duoncor that actually took that, because
he has the lead.
You have a dash, but our Super Frankie doesn't even have a flash ready for him, and the poor man, the Incarnate, is just going to be taken out. And this is the chance of opportunity from the side of UCSC. San Diego is going to be rallying. They're going to try to take down the Baron, and they have a nice little base set up. And are they going to take it? And apparently not. Then right in the front is going to be Detro, and that is not the person that you want to hook.
Oh no!
But that is the person that you want to hook. As Boshi is just in the background, he still has not used his W, and he's fully intent on taking down this King Kulis, because they know that if he is down, then Baron is not the play. But all of a sudden, this is actually a huge numbers disadvantage with 3 people on the map for UCI, and they're just going to start the Baron.
I heard the name Dignitas being thrown out here, but it looks like UCI is not done yet with this fight.
Yeah, like they still have very strong 2 carry members still alive, and the real question is who is actually going to take the objective, and they're just constantly just going to be just teasing with them here. They're most likely not going to go for the fight, but they know that if they delay the recalls, and they're going to get a huge tempo advantage on the side, and that is not something that you want to walk into. Like, yeah, it just doesn't stop. And you know what doesn't also stop as well? Detroit just landing every single Q that actually matters, and oh wait, that one.
Oh my god!
And like that was actually the right prediction, and completely blind, by the way. And this stretch is just dominating.
That was a whole lot to decompress right there. I don't even know why that trap was even there, but Youngbin picking off Frenzy in the side here. This was a 4v5 turned into 3v5, yet UCI still able to get them off the Baron and still threatening and getting another pick on the San Diego's comp. Now they're able to just reset, regain what they lost in terms of vision, and insane hooks from Detro. I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, I don't particularly recall a Jin trap being that impactful in a very long time. Like when we usually think about Jin, we usually think about it as like 4 theme. We usually think about his bouncing grenades, but we really never give full attention to the snare trap and what nightmare awaits anybody that is squishy when you step on it and just stay on it until the detonation. And that is exactly what happened on the side of Frenzy. The once dominating player for the losers final just being so behind in terms of both itemization and in terms of presence.
Yeah, and I really have to wonder, is it that not being on the Misfortune is what's setting Frenzy back, or is it just the matchup? Because Youngbin Detro, we've seen it for our own eyes. Very, very aggressive play style, very safe. They're using the Lantern and they're using their escape options very wildly.
Oh man, they're trying to go for a Goon Party, but Youngbin just smells it right away apparently, and then he's just gonna take it right back. And even if you put all your damage onto the side of Kha'Zix, it doesn't matter because he's going to Gorge Picker build, and now the counter dive is happening, and the Galley ultimate doesn't seem as impactful anymore when there's no damage to back it up. And while Frenzy's dealing as much damage as he can, the exhaust is actually like come in at the right time to prevent that any kind of counter attack from happening. But remember that both carries on the side of UCR are still alive, and they're looking for another counter engage as they're just going to be wiping them out, and it is a 3-1 in terms of the people that are alive, and Frenzy's just running for his life at this point.
That was, I feel like Youngbin should not be the initiation tool for UCI, but over and over again he gets away with it. Either Gale forcing forward or in this time Gale forcing backward, and I think that's just from the nature of the item itself. Getting all that move speed from the mythic passive of Gale Force means that you can stack a lot of move speed, be very, very elusive deceptively, and then when you need it, get in that dash for that little extra escape. Youngbin is sitting 7-0 on that Jin right now, and I don't really see any signs of him stopping right now. There just isn't enough damage to take him out.
And one of the worst parts about Gale Force being a proper option for the side of Jin is that the champion inherently has a movement speed steroid as well, and it bases off of crit. With the 60% crit chance that he has established himself for right now, then he potentially runs into the chance of getting that 35% movement speed boost, and a Gale Force proc passive, and the Gale Force passive, and then the Gale Force active as well. So that is one elusive champion for you to engage, and it is quite correct on the side of UCSC to constantly target the Jhin because he is the main damage dealer, but it's just not going to be successful as Baron is the main contention. And even without the Victor, who's one we will consider to be the main damage dealer for this Baron, this thing is going down way too quickly.
Yeah, there is not a whole lot of time for San Diego to try and contest this.
But Pink Blue's gonna go for a steal, but that's just gonna be immediately be interrupted because Closhiv is saying, I know exactly what you're trying to do, and you're not allowed to do that because I've been on here for the rest of the majority of this game, and now it's up for us to do it. And from downtown, he's just actually just gonna be taken out. Who cares if all these blows miss, because the only one that actually needs to land are the ones that you get kills for, and that is exactly what Youngman did. As Guang Pro's actually gonna be going down because the butcher capacity has already been used, and he's just rather vulnerable after that point. But all the cleanup is going to be happening as just Dyson Spear is going to try his best to just deal damage as much as he can, but he's not able to peel him properly enough. Remember, because Wukong is not necessarily the most excellent champion when it comes to anti-magic because of his passive just only giving him the armor resistance, and he's the only one alive with UCI just most likely going to take the game off.
That looks like it is going to be the game ender. We saw Youngbin dancing behind their turret at one point.
Probably not. That is rather impressive play from this side of Dyson Spear. He did indeed try his best to come back from the game, but close yet, but no cigar yet again. As Graves is the one who should have a cigar, and he is the one that is always at a deficit. And GG, and this has actually been one hell of a game one.
That was a very, very exciting game to watch. Just seeing that game start from the level 1 invade alone, that was already new. That was going to be an exciting game to watch. But now that we had just the timeless engagements from Duong Pro in the jungle, combining that with Youngbin and the carry potential outside of laning phase, it's just very, very good clean macro coming out from UCI. And although San Diego did try to bounce back, they did have King Clueless catching up in the jungle. It just wasn't enough because after laning phase, after Duong Pro's reign of terror started to end, it started to have Youngbin on the Jhin just running around, starting fights as a matter of fact, and then getting those team fights won in UCI's favor over and over again.
And I think on the side of UCSD, this is when you say, well, the game was probably really hard to win anyway from the point that it started, so no need to worry about it too much. And that is exactly the mentality you probably need in order to contest against UCI, who seems to be so dominant and so solid. But remember, the magic that they did have yesterday must not have gone away, and they're very well, and we know that very, very, very well capable of winning those team fights, mechanically outplaying them, and then just having the dominating victory that they have been having in the past. And that will be the really exciting gameplay. And do you think there's going to be any adaptations on the side of San Diego for the upcoming game for Game 2?
I'd be surprised if they give them Jhin. That's all I'm really going to say right here. I feel the rest of UCI's parts are a little bit interchangeable, but Youngbin right now shows that on those top tier ADCs on this patch, he is going to be dominating. And if Frenzy's going to have his misfortune taken away, I would take away a pick from bot side of UCI as well, instead of targeting so much towards top lane right there. Because we've seen Clone Sheep performs very well, even if he's banned out a bit.
And I think that is rightfully correct feedback, and I hope they process it for the upcoming game, because all the advantages are going to be needed for both these teams to edge out on top and become the first champion for the League of Legends section of the UCEI Holiday Invitational, sponsored by Xfinity. And we're going to briefly go on break and prepare for the second game, but don't go anywhere, because this series is far from over.
my name is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCI Esports program to help you do that.
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Spring, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Oh! So freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry. I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Everything changes.
And hello and welcome back to the game two of the UCEI Holiday Invitational sponsored by Xfinity. Game two. And this is going to be a side selection swap as we're just going to be seeing the pick bands go rather quickly, given that it was pre-done by ProDraft. And I don't see a lot of adaptations on the side of UCSD that we would have expected. At least we don't see the Jin ban being the presence, and we actually see a Lucian ban on the other side.
Yeah, I think they're really targeting Youngbin's Lucian out, which isn't an unwise decision. Obviously, you don't want to spend too much time betting out bot lane in a sense. But I really have to think on what they're giving up and what they're choosing to ban instead of banning away the Jin. Because Jin is just, even if without Youngbin playing it, it's a top performer in the bot lane, right? And that misfortune is something that's not getting through the draft if UCI is banning right now. So we're probably going to see a lot more of the same. We're going to be seeing the Kaisa pick coming through. I am interested by this Lulu choice. It's obvious that, UCSD are doubling down on forcing the hyper carry coming in through bot lane because Lulu is going to be having probably the most, you know, value coming out by boosting up an ADC. Maybe getting Wukong an extra knockup if he jumps into the back line, but we've just seen really good positioning from Youngbin, very good aggression, and then feigning coming back. And I don't think we're really going to see Wukong diving onto Jin, especially now that we have Galio on UCI's side as well.
And I think in terms of dive composition, there's actually a little bit more like nuance on the side of San Diego's composition just because of Seraph's Lulu. And the fact that the champion actually has a relatively strong laning phase still, despite the base damage nerfs that she got off her Q that stopped her from becoming like a very powerful solo lane threat a while back during Worlds actually. And with despite that, like there's still two marksmans that she could indeed buff up. And if we remember, the support items this patch actually got majorly buffed, and Moonstone Renewer is one of the most highly valued items, which encourages certain champions like Ivern to raise up 6% in terms of his win rate. And maybe like that's exactly the way that San Diego's adaptation is going to be, since Super Frankie is now the one that was piloting the Galio, to go for a relatively even and easy type of laning phase, and then aim to exploit and then try to completely outscale the UCI's composition, who has a rather inferior AD carry when it comes to true scaling.
Yeah, they don't have that much scaling potential on UCI's front. The only issue I see with San Diego's draft, I would say, is that lack of a true front line. It is going to be one of those. It's a weird sort of hybrid. You have the Graves, so you're still going to have King Clueless trying to get ahead early, trying to be an early game jungle threat, and then transition into having that late game with the Lulu and the Kaisa. But I like the Aatrox and the Kazakhs on UCI side specifically because there is enough sustained dive potential, I would say, with the Aatrox, even after Lulu's initial ult onto the backline carries, or maybe even Graves, because we've seen King Clueless take that conquer. They want to be in the fights for longer, right? There is enough potential, I would say, to have a dragged out fight that could go either way. The problem is that UCI has a front line that Youngbin can play behind if he is not super far ahead and he needs a front line to help him stall to get fourth shot, basically.
And rightfully so. And given that Jin actually does not have any steady front lines to deal against, the champion's limitation of not being able to kill tanks is nullified in this game. So there's no counting out Youngbin's Jin yet again. After all, he did have a rather solid performance in game one, and it's weird for us to expect anything different for this game off of the things that we did see in that specific game. And it is rather another matchup similar to the ones that we casted last night, Wukong versus Aatrox yet again, with Dyson Spear this time around, like piloting the Wukong. So maybe this is a little bit of a reverse deja vu moment on the side of Dyson Spear.
Yeah, I think Dyson Sphere is gonna be he's gonna know the matchup since he's literally just played the opposite side of it, so he knows a thing or two about it. The problem is that I feel Clone Sheep feels very liberated playing with Duong Pro, since Duong Pro has the tendency to get early game priority. So Clone Sheep can brawl it out a lot more efficiently. Whereas in the last time we've seen Dyson Sphere, he was playing on the Aatrox and he was getting camped time and time again by Rex required and was basically forced to wait out the game, play in a side lane, and act as wave clearer in a sense. So I want to see how this early game jungle plays out because I could very confidently say that the early game tempo was just decided by Duong Pro having such an early game lead and shutting out King Clueless from being able to influence the map. And then by the time that King Clueless was online, Youngbin was dashing all over the place with Gale Force and one-shotting people. So we'll see what happens. I don't think San Diego will go for that really cheeky level 1 invade like we had in the previous game, but there's still room for Duong Pro to try and get ahead.
And it's speaking of specifically the matchups that happened in the past game sense. Another reverse matchup is going to be played in the support. Detro says this time the one that is going to be piloted in Nautilus, unless the one with the Thresh. And I really like this type of reversal on the side of San Diego because of how vulnerable Kaisa is, especially in the early stages, against the likes of Super Frankie's Galio and Duong Pro's Kha'Zix. So maybe if the Lantern usage is actually well used, then he's going to be having a lot of opportunities to save Frenzy away from any immediate danger that he will indeed face in the earlier stages of the game, and potentially see that 3-item Kaisa dominance that we didn't really get a chance to see last game.
Yeah, and I think that Youngbin uses that Thresh Lantern a lot, escaping with Detro time and time again, and not having that sort of safety net, right, is going to slightly impact Youngbin's ability to Gale Force forward. They do have the exhaust, so I think they're mentally preparing to get dove on time and time again, right? But what they give up for not having the Thresh is they're gonna have Super Frankie on the Galio, right? Who can ult on top of Jin, act as peel, or if needed, act as an engage. Duong Pro jumps into the backline and then Super Frankie helps dish out the CC, and then Youngbin doesn't have to worry about divers because he's gonna be helping out the dive in a sense.
And if off of just one thing that you were talking about, Youngbin, interesting summer choice here. Look on the side of Youngbin just taking exhaust because he's like, there's no way that I lose majority of these fights, and the only thing that I have to do is to prevent this guy from running and dishing any damage that will return to me. So this is a rather aggressive summoner choice with not a single heal being found on the bot side of the map other than being hold by Frenzy.
Yeah, that summoner spell is going to be very, very interesting indeed. I think it's going to be beneficial simply because if you have the heal, there's enough like sustained DPS. I feel like the entirety of San Diego's composition is sustained DPS, right? Because the Graves opting for this time fleet footwork, so they're going to be kiting more, but they're not going to be 100 to 0 bursting out Youngbin or anything, right? So being able to just exhaust anyone that dives and then basically acting as your own PO, you cause the disruption, you cause the CC in your own way, and then you have to have the rest of UCI collapse on that exhausted target. So interesting choice, but I really stand by the exhaust on the Jin.
Yeah, and in terms of like the way that the clears are going to happen, where do you specifically think that these junglers are going to target in the earlier stages of their game? Do you think they're just going to go for the full clear like on their respective sides?
I feel that they are going to just, go for that. I think Graves might go for the early camp clear, like maybe 3 or 4 camps, and just try to find influence. They're not going to go for those early game invades, but rather just, I need to get my standard clearance. So if I fail this gank or if I get counter ganked, I am not going to lose tempo. I am not going to get even further behind. And that's what you want to do if you're on King Clues right now, because you feel a little bit on the back foot after last game, right?
Yeah, and it just seems like to me that like King Clueless is the one that there's no way that it could possibly go wrong worse than that like last time, right? And if you have that type of mentality, then most likely you're going to be the one that is going to be able to have a rather more stable game than last time. And then the first of two is actually going to be accomplished on the side of Unless, and the hook unfortunately is not going to go through, and then Detro is just going to be able to walk out safely as the field goal happens in the middle, and both these hooks are just not landing this time around. Rather uncharacteristic for both these players despite their performance in the last game, but that's one out of many that are going to be coming, so we're just going to have to watch and see.
Yeah, that is just going to be another really volatile matchup. I like Youngmin taking the boot start as well, just because it gives you so much more freedom. You can sustain with a bunch of health potions, but you can also walk up, juke the hooks, and still initiate fights.
And I just like the fact that like they're actually going to be matching the 2v2 aggression, and then just right there, Detro just actively using the potions to go for these trades preemptively, because he knows that if he's actually the one to win and start these fights, then it's actually much more beneficial for him. And a nice dodge on the side of the Nautilus, and then now Unless is actually in a lot of trouble because now he's going to be slowly running out of potions, and he's actually a whole biscuit at the current state, and the wave is shoving in. And right now, Duong Pro is actually covering just in case that King Clueless is indeed going for anything that is fishy, but he's going to be opting for a rather like try to go for a flank around in the back, but the ward intelligently just spots him out. So nothing really eventful is happening, while the only difference is that while UCI is completely aware of where King Clueless is, San Diego cannot really say the same on the side of Duong Pro.
Yeah, and I feel that it's just I see.
Oh, is this gonna be a dive?
Yeah, Dongpro's looking very antsy towards those Krugs. Might be looking for something in bot side, but that's a cannon wave that Youngbin doesn't really want to miss. They're gonna have to wait a little bit to get a bigger wave shoved in.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I think the lack of a cannon wave right there is exactly the reason why they held off the trigger. Remember, exactly like you said, they do not have the exhaust to have any type of anti-dive threat, and that would be something that is really detrimental, because as they overextend, this is exactly the moment that Duong Pro is just going to hit. And then despite taking 2 tower shots, it's not going to matter too much, and so much for the heal not being needed. And for first blood onto the side of the Cossacks again.
And now we already see that cross-map pressure coming from San Diego. Although King Clueless, I don't think is going to be able to get that gank. He gets spotted on the ward. Just trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map. It's not going to pay off, and Duong Pro starting off a tiny bit of a snowball that could turn into something bigger as the mid game comes through.
And the fact that Youngbin is able to reset off of after taking a turret is just massive, because there's going to be very little things that Kaiser's going to be able to do to respond to this.
Because 1v3 right now.
Wait, where is he? What kind of play?
He's going.
Is he trying to go for the execute? Did he not get hit by anybody? Wait.
He got hit by Dyson too.
But Dyson was nowhere nearby, so I guess there wasn't enough time for the execute to actually go through. Most likely a few seconds behind, and in terms of that, like, respect to Clone Sheep for trying to go for that play. But man, you're in the middle of no man's land, and I just saw this man just in the middle of the enemy jungle, and it is way too early for me to see that, so it completely threw me off. So just for a second, I thought that there was 6 members playing on the side of UCSC, and maybe there is, but man, like, that is something that you do want to pick up as a Wukong in the top lane, because now the level 6 spike is coming, and he's going to be more than happy to duel the Aatrox at any point during that time.
Yeah, that's a setback, to say the least.
And the big wave is crashing too, so he's going to be able to get a great reset, have level 6 spike, and then just be able to just like capitalize off of this completely. And he actually has a perfect amount of gold for the face if he wanted to do as well. But meanwhile, like, Duong Pro is actually getting all the objectives that he needs. I'm pretty sure that he has almost 100% object secure right at this point, and I think he has not lost a single objective for his team throughout this entire of the last 2 games, and maybe he's going to be able to keep the streak going, as there's going to be a trade attempt happening on the side of Clone. He's most likely going to take down this Wukong if anything, and that is something that you do want to see from your Aatrox, and definitely that's something that he desperately needed onto this lane. And surprisingly, a solo kill on the time that you would normally see a Wukong do the same to the Aatrox on the other side. But I guess the health disparity was just too much. And unless it's actually going to thread the needle, and it's just going to come in just fine. But look at King Clueless just getting jumped on by the side of Cossacks, and Youngbin just hiding away just in time because he doesn't want to be in the threat of danger. And Super Frankie's coming in. This is a classic bot lane that we're used to seeing, because everybody is here. And what a taunt on the side of Super Frankie, and maybe he went a little bit too much. But Sirif is going to be the one that is going to be late to the lane. He's also getting his wave shoved in. He does not have CS. He's not able to take part of this fight, and that is one depressed mid laner.
That is a little bit more messy than we're used to seeing from UCI's side. Their Duong Pro not really having an option to get out, trying to make it out behind enemy lines, but it's not going to work out there. That's a very, very interesting back and forth. Kaisa this time coming on top with a kill in comparison to Youngbin here. So let's see if Frenzy's able to extend that lead, however minuscule it is. However, they are going to be stuck on the Berserker's Greaves right now. They're not going to be able to really afford a component, whereas Youngbin might get that Gale Force and that Mythic item a little bit quicker.
And I think that is the major difference maker between UCI's bot lane and UCSD's. Despite these players having excellent performances in a lot of their champions, their first reset is always the one that is on the side of UCI. While these trades are not going to be delaying them long enough, the main point is that the CS loss and the CS differential is not going to matter too much, because it has always been Youngbin that has been getting the better reset and the one that who's been getting the better recall. This is actually the first time that unless it's actually going to be able to get an excellent recall interruption on the side for the side of the San Diego, so they're going to be on the major advantage on terms of this. Is despite not having Berserker space, he indeed has 1100 gold to spend, and that is exactly what Frenzy is going to do. Well, Youngbin's going to be stuck on the tower and just going to be trying to scrape all the farm, as Detro is going to look for a cheeky sword-off style play, as there's going to be a fight on the top side of the map, and this is just a non-aggression type of style where this is going to be no winner at the end. And what is it good for at the end is what exactly what we're going to be saying is, I guess, Clone Sheep just picking up another kill. And Ninja Tabby's actually going to be coming in clutch because look at that little pole trying to deal anything to that Aatrox right now with his sustain. And he's just going to come out without a scratch, and he's going to be the ones who's going to be able to touch the farm. And the best part of it all is that Dyson Spear does not have TP to recover to this, so that is just one hell of a one-sided win on the side of top lane for Clone Sheep.
Michael, what are these ninja tabies you speak of? I only see plated steel caps.
Oh
right
man,
there,
my bad.
side.
I apologize. Now, like that's the little boomer in me speaking. And unfortunately, on this, regardless of what actually that has been purchased, it's doesn't going to be a non-factor because the real factor is going to be what is going to be purchased on the side of Clone Sheep with the major goalie that he's going to get. He's going to be able to get the Kindle Gem, and that is one of the biggest reasons why Aatrox was held back until people discovered that Gore Drinker is such a powerful asset on him. Because what we usually consider the CDR garage sale build by Caulfield, Warhammer, and the Kindle Gem has been lessened in terms of intensity because ability haste is generally considered a weaker stat for cooldown reduction in the earlier stages of the game. So with him being able to acquire this nonetheless, he's going to be able to cycle his abilities far faster, and this is when Aatrox shines. When you're going to be able to get access to the early ability haste this much earlier than on the side of the counterpart, and he's just going to be able to constantly dish out his Q combo. And look at this generosity on the side of Dwang Pro actually having the luxury to give his blue buff onto the side of Super Frankie because he actually stole King Clueless's. I'm pretty sure King Clueless does not want to be any part of it. And most likely the bot lane doesn't like to be any part of this fight either because everybody's coming down again. Super Frankie just coming up here just as a show of appreciation and to get that little assist. And this is just yet again another bot lane first tower just going down. And again and again, first time it was a top side, and the second time it's going to be the boss side again, where the Herald is just going to be used to get the first turret gold and balloon this lead. And look at that 4K lead by 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is a absolute beautiful goal lead garnered by UCI, and we've never really seen them behind in a goal lead in this series right here. It's just consistently, time and time again, Dwang Pro finding leads, finding King Clueless in his own jungle, and making his life miserable here. The CS lead is not really showing for Dwang Pro, it's just the amount of objectives he's taken, like you said. 100% objective secure rate. Getting those Rift Heralds, getting these Drakes, and it's leading up to the point where even though Dwang Pro might fall off as an assassin in those mid and late game team fights, it doesn't matter since the rest of this team has the stats, has the gold from all those Rift Heralds crashing into those turret plates, and then has the stats from Drake. And it allows people like Youngbin to really shine after the early game aggression coming in from UCI's roster.
And like if we look on the top side as well, and as King Clueless is actually going to be in the middle of the pit, he does not have flash right now, so he's just actually going to go for the mono to mono steal. And the one that who wins out at the end, the who true macho is going to be the Dwang Pro on the side of UCI, as there's going to be 2 objectives that are being taken. And unfortunately on the side of UCI, that is definitely not the soul that I would know most likely want. 2 times in a row where they actually had really good dragon control, and the Rift rewards them with a Cloud Rift, Cloud Soul, smiley face, and as they're just going to be rotating right back and forth, UCSC is actually going to be able to pick up a couple of turret plays off of this, but it's not as if Super Frankie's going to deny off of it, and it's definitely something that he's more than happy with the trade. As there's going to be 2 people, actually 3 people invested on the bot side of the map, while the bot lane of UCI are just aiming to voice pressure and get that turret play mid lane, which fortunately or unfortunately have not been taken by Super Frankie and decided so it's all for the grabs for Jhin. And despite all these like small skirmishes happening, there's nothing that is coming to full fruition up until now, where Super Frank is actually going to go for the trade, and he's going to come out barely unharmed at the moment unless Frenzy decides to use Flash, and yes, he will. And that may be the trigger finger because Clone Sheep is now TPing in, and he does have the Aatrox ultimate, and there's no tower here, remember? So there's no running away from this Aatrox, and that one EQ not being used as well as it could have been may not matter in the long run, as they're just going to be cleaned up one after another. And really, San Diego, you really have to pick up something here, because at this point the game is going to be over as quickly as has been for the first game.
You get my Galio, we get your lives. That's 3 members down for San Diego, and Dyson Sphere just gonna sit on that teleport, saying that fight's already lost. I'm gonna grab some stuff top, but we're getting another fight already.
This is not your territory anymore. This is not your playground. The real bullies have gone into town. You're not allowed in the sled. You're not allowed in the swing set, and you're definitely not allowed in the sand pit. And that is exactly the way that Dwang Pro is playing right now, and he is the bully of the map right now.
Yeah, even without that 3-0 lead we saw last game, Duong Pro feels very confident, using that Eclipse Shield to full advantage, preventing King Clueless from having any chance, or not even King Clueless, just the entirety of San Diego from having a chance of entering the jungle. This allows for so much setup. Once the next Rift Herald comes up, once Baron starts spawning, since there's so much vision control already established, all we need to really do is take out this mid lane turret, and UCI can just have a field day throughout the entire map, feeling completely free to dive on people, prevent people from side farming lanes, and controlling these major objectives.
And I think there's one thing to keep in mind is that luckily enough, on the side of San Diego, all the turret plays did go out, so the external, like extreme bleeding, it has come to a halt at the very least. So this is around the time that San Diego now has to rally. Lulu did indeed get the boost done, which is the major critical spike on the side of this champion. While the champion is not going to spike any more than this, it is indeed the spike that they could look to fight. And honestly, despite San Diego getting the immense time of like scaling, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the one that are going to be winning at the later stages, because they have approximately 15 minutes of pure horde that they have to deal with the Kazakhstan Eclipse.
Exactly. It's very, very hard to come back from, I would say. What I would say is that for San Diego to try and play to their strengths, they do have Kaisa, who isn't on that first mythic item just yet. They really need to stall the game out, wait for Kaisa to get those items, and then try to play into this comp of you have the dual supports, you have a lot of people that can heal and shield for Kaisa. You just have to prevent Jin and Youngbin from deleting her first. And in these team fights, it's going to be very tough with Super Frankie being able to disrupt the backline long enough for Youngbin to really pop off in those fights.
And there's a high chance that this mid turret is just going to be going down, because there's no way in the world that San Diego's bot lane can actually contest the mid wave against the Youngbins just having Gale Force and serrated first, while on the other side, Frenzy has not even completed his major mythic item. And they're actually going to go for the all for nothing play, and all you're going to get is Detro, but at the same time, that is something that is better than nothing, as they actually expended additional TP on the side of Seraph to go for this play. But one positive side is that they do get now the access onto the dragon, and they really need to stop this objective from being taken at all costs. But Youngbin is just messing with their minds right now, just being right into threshold range and just dancing with his Gale Force readily available, and he's going to be able to dodge that ability. But look on the side of San Diego, at least Frenzy is actually understands that the thing that they needed to get right now is any type of gold, any type of pressure possible with the upcoming dragon. With Super Frankie being able to take down the top tower and being able to reset is going to be actually a huge deal. So they're going to be having all 5 members ready. But at the very least, San Diego has the first setup that they would have never gotten unless they made that play.
Yeah, you can't really waste any time. Even if you're not able to take the full turret, you need to start getting these objectives, start clawing away at UCI's lead. But now Duong Pro is going to match this sort of advantage that UCSD had around
they're going to start hitting. They want to fight.
Yeah, they want to look at this engagement.
And Clone Sheep is right in front of them. They're going to be like, I'm more than happy to oblige, and we're going to take this fight. And his best Shy impersonation is going to come to a rather sudden stop, because he's going to be absorbing all of the damage on the side of UCSC, and they're actually kiting pretty well. And maybe this is their chance to come back from the fight. And as Frenzy's getting kill after kill, like he's still like very much alive up until the very last moment where he's going to be taken down by Youngman's Jin. And that is not as one-sided I would have expected it to be, right? But UCSD is something that like they're too happy to celebrate at the moment, because King Clueless does not have smite and actually has no way to contest his objective. Youngbin is actually just beelining straight into the side of UCSD's jungle, because he wants this tower, and he's most likely going to get the turret pressure at the very least. Most likely not going to get it, but this is nonetheless just going to be a rather UCI win unless it's going to be able to land a hook here, and just expertly dodged on the side.
That teleport though behind Jin.
Oh man, they really want to get him. And are they actually going to get him is the real question, because remember, he still has Flash despite not having Gale Force. And now Dyson Spear is just sad because Youngbin is like, oh yeah, I see where the TP is coming from, and just excuse me, I'm just going to take the other way around. And
I think in these team fights, Frenzy's doing a very good job of kiting, like you said. That's why there was just so much damage being dished up against UCI. Frenzy is starting to hit these spikes. They have the Kraken Slayer ready. The problem is that they weren't able to really isolate Youngbin, who, although they're not a consistent DPS ADC, they are going to be doing enough damage to kill off the squishy people of San Diego right here.
Oh,
And
he goes just in the no man's land again. Maybe the playground got a little bit smaller because the regular jockeys are actually taking the ground back. As now, like, remember that a lot of these champions actually have an immense amount of sustain with the board drinkers. So Clone Sheep is just going to be in no man's land, just playing against the Lulu, while on the other hand, Dyson Spear is actually going to be making an excellent play, and most likely resulting in 2 people dying, because Duong Pro is actually going to be able to survive for an extended amount of time, and the Graves ult is going to miss, and he's going to get out of that. That is not something that you want to see out of your key player, being King Clues, along with Frenzy that has been delivering for time to time again on the side of San Diego, and this is not the time to slump, my friend. This is the grand finals, and as just Sirif is just going to be immediately taken out in response to the side of UCEI, and all of a sudden the cross-map play has all gone to wrong.
Yeah, kill the Lulu. That's one of the things I love to see as an ADC here. But that is just very good cross-map, like you said, and especially Duong Pro being able to hold out. Are we going to see? Never mind. Aatrox is going to make it out of there. But Duong Pro just really on the razor's edge with that Eclipse proc, and then using the E to dodge the Graves ult there. Not giving up that kill and that bounty to Graves is going to be so good in keeping that lead that UCI has established. And I feel in all these little skirmishes that San Diego is starting, it looks like a sure thing. All right, Jin's out of position. Let's teleport in. Or, oh, Kazakh is out of position. Let's start the initiation. The problem becomes securing that kill cleanly, and that allows UCI to just ignore the threat on one side of the map, get these objectives mid and bot, and now the gold lead is even further, and there are 4 turrets in the lead for UCI right here. That's very hard if you're trying to stabilize the game as San Diego, because you don't have any defense mechanism to farm up under.
And speaking of Duong Pro, I really like his itemization choice, and it completely makes sense why the player chose to go for Eclipse instead of Gore Drinker this time around, because the Edge of Night item with the spell shield is actually such high value against the likes of San Diego, especially because of the Lulu silence. Imagine if you're going in at the front line and then Lulu just all of us accidentally just uses a silence on the side, and then you use it as a spell shield, and now Aatrox is able to roam free, he himself is able to roam free, and a little sneak baron attempt is just going to be discouraged immediately because of the blue ward purchase on the side of Frenzy. And look on the side of Dyson Spear, because I'm not going to be able to complete the sentence because King Clues' life is just completely forfeit, as UCI is just more than happy to split up this fight because there's stronger and smaller units in the first place anyway, as Dyson Spear is going to try to spin his way out of victory, but you cannot spin fast enough to get out of any situation where there's 4 people trying to burst you down, and that is just going to be Baron. And this is somewhere where UCSC thought that this was a safe place to go in, but it was absolutely not, against the reign of terror that Duong Pro is just displaying throughout this entire game.
Yeah, we've seen it with Frenzy in the team fight. When there's group 5v5, it's a situation where Frenzy could come out on top. Not every time, but it is a situation where Kaisa does well. The problem becomes when you get this super skirmishy team comp that likes the 2v2s and 3v3s on UCI's side, and you give them the 2v2s, when Baron's up, they are going to take full advantage, pull the trigger, and just divide and conquer. Now we are at Soul Point. We have the Baron taken care of. All we need is one person creating pressure in the side lane, and UCI can just pluck that dragon right from its pit right here. It is very scary for San Diego to try and contest it at this point.
And the worst part is that some of these champions are the best users of Cloud Soul. Imagine a Kazakh's cloaked ulted with enhanced R running into your Kaisa. How in the world are you going to deal with that? And on the side, and what are you going to do with this Jin that's just going to be using the collector to his best advantage? Where is he going? And he's just going to be ignoring the 2 people that are just going on the rescue on the side of Lulu, and Frenzy's just going to be the one that is going to be ulting right in, trying to save his teammates, but too little, too late, because there's an Aatrox right in front of your face. And what are you going to do to deal with it? Kite expertly is going to be the answer, but not long enough, because everybody is alive on the side of UCI except Duong Pro, who's going to be taken out because of Pride Frenzy's extra kiting, but it does not matter, and I think that is game.
That is, I feel like it's going to hurt a hell of a lot if it's not game, but looks like UCI is very intent on trying to get as much as possible from this, and it looks like they're going to play it safe, get the ward down, and go for that Soul Point. But although I feel Frenzy is doing literally the best he can right here, he has the most efficient itemization. You have the Runons because you just need to run backwards, auto attack as much as possible, and hope one of those procs of your passive gets the kill for it. And you're able to pay off. You got Duong Pro down. The problem becomes you don't have a front line to really effectively play behind, and you don't have enough life to be sort of like Kog'Maw reminiscent drain tank where you're just sitting there with the Lulu ult involved and getting fresh. There's too many answers from UCI to deal with Kai'Sa's strengths that it's very tough unless you're in a 6-item scenario on Kai'Sa where you can just one-shot someone and make it a 5v4 at the beginning of the fight.
And with just off of that, we're just getting a deja vu moment yet again on the side of Youngbin, where he is just using Gale Force extremely aggressively. And Seraph must have just gotten thrown off guard there. Who in the world, as a Jin, just runs into you when there's people to your right, just right next to you? And then he just casually just walks past them. He doesn't even acknowledge that they exist. And then he just kills them and then he just walks away. And the worst part, the most frustrating part is he got away with it. And that's how you know how ahead you are on the side of UCI. And this is when they just have to get really creative and try to come back from the game. Because if they lose this game, then it is just match point. And they're just, all their odds are going to be back against the wall, and then they're going to have to climb up and then crawl back to very painful and difficult 3 consecutive wins to have any chance of staying in the series.
I feel I've like met Youngbin once or twice just in passing, and I feel like he's the kind of guy who he's not really calculating, all right, this person's here, this person. He's the kind of guy that's saying, oh, this Lulu's free, I'm gonna just go in, guys. And then the rest of UCI trying to catch up. But it works, like right here.
And Frenzy is just going to be immediately put in danger. Look at all that shielding and healing. That is something that you really want to see, but definitely not when you're running away. You probably want to see it when you're in the middle of their backline, just hitting them and just wailing away. And that is something that they probably imagined during draft, as unless it's just going to be 007 style, just being extracted out using the expertly recall button, the best extraction button that you'll probably ever see in any type of espionage movie, as they're just going to constantly just be going on a siege. Despite them not having Baron buff minions, I'm pretty sure just off the resources that they just see get expended, they know that if even one carry gets caught by Nautilus, they're just immediately dead. And that is the way that they're just going to be continuing the siege, despite no objectives really being coming up. And the top way tower just currently crashing in is just a little cherry on top, as there's constantly being gold being bled out, and nobody could really walk forward into this Aatrox and this Galio just standing and just daring them to walk into their range.
He's just standing there menacingly. You can't walk up against the Galio. King Clueless has made that mistake now.
And he's just gonna run in, and then maybe Patrick's just gonna be yelling, get out of there, SpongeBob, and that is exactly the way that they're gonna run out. And remember that they still haven't even used their ultimates, so Clone Sheep, if he actually wanted to go for that, he would have just zoomed into the Graves, but he just doesn't want to take the risk because he knows that this game is very well UCI is taking, and how much of an advantage his team is going to get if they're going to be able to win this game. And it seems like there's very bleak hope on the side of UCSD as they're just constantly trying to enter their turf. But remember, this is not San Diego's playground because UCI has been dominating it throughout the entire time, and they're just going to go for the rally and go for another defensive game. And then maybe Frenzy's going to be able to get these kills. At least they're going to be able to get Super Frankie. Unfortunately, not a targetable shutdown, and neither is Swamp Pro, to be fair, but that is when you saw the full Cloud Soul just come to fruition, because the moment that Swamp Pro turned on the ultimate, he was out of there.
Yeah, but I really like that.
Oh, they're chasing him. They're chasing him all the way. And this is actually just a chase of the century and catch me all you can type of this deal. And they're just going to be trying to go for a counter engage with Youngbin, just making sure that his fellow jungler is just out safely. And while these ultimate uses just haven't expended, it doesn't necessarily mean that San Diego is going to be able to get anything out of it, unfortunately.
I want to fight back.
And I guess unless it's just going to be the one that is going to be caught again. And the poor support, he's just saying, my God, what did I do to deserve this? And this is exactly what it is, because you just got in the sight of UCI and they're actually cut off. And they're going to need to make some sort of escape. And it seems like King Booth is going to get away just in time. He gets away from that! And Seraph is going to get away too. There's no way that they check that alcove, right?
Oh my God.
Get away, and this is escape of the century.
That is so slick from King Clueless. That's just... He shouldn't have gotten away with that. Kudos to him for that. And that's actually very important. He stays alive. As Baron starts to spawn up, losing their jungler right there would have been a death sentence from San Diego. Now, it's still a little rough for them. They're on death row, but at least they can clear out these waves and try to do something here as UCI groups around the top side.
Yeah, this is like you're on death row, but there's still that hope. There's still that hope that you survive one more day, and as though you hear the warden's footsteps go near your cell, you're always in anticipation, but maybe he just went to the bathroom. Maybe he's just like doing like a daily round. But maybe this is the death knock, and this may be the very last nail in the coffin as UCI is poised towards the dragon, and San Diego knows that they cannot let this go. If this is taken away, then and if they're actually able to come on top of this, then this is the only chance they're back into the game. And Clone Sheep is just going to be in the back, just doing his, again, full the shy impression as he's just going to be taking them down one after the other, and they have no chance at winning this because the Lulu is not even in the fight. There's no way that they're going to be able to get out of this alive, and they probably don't even need Baron at this point because there's a super minion wave just whacking away at their main base, and Lulu's not going to be alive for this long. And the GG signs are coming in, and yes, indeed, it is on for the side of UCI with expertly executed plays and then just a flashing culmination on top.
Yeah, that was just towards the end a very brilliant sort of closing out of the game there. I feel that it's rough when you don't have a real wave clear option in San Diego's roster, right? You don't have any ways to stall out that mid game and really let Frenzy have enough time to farm up and scale. Frenzy picked up the Runons towards the end and was able to start clearing out, start dishing out a lot of damage as a matter of fact. But you lost too many objectives to really stall out efficiently. Towards the end, it was UCI only taking fights they knew we're going to win 100%, getting those picks, and then just closing out the game slowly, mid inhibitor, bot inhibitor, and then the Baron threat that San Diego couldn't match at that point.
Yeah, and I think this is just a really, really difficult moment on the side of San Diego to climb back on top. There, of course, there's always hope. It's not again, it's not as if San Diego's a bad team. We've seen great things being accomplished by them and quite excellent team fights in the past in this tournament. And they just need to get back and they get their identity back up again. I think they're getting towards the right direction of insisting on towards this team fight death ball type of composition, but they just need to stop the bleeding early. There's been too much blood being shed, and then it is just all over the floor, and there's no way that they could clean it back up and then get into resuscitating state when that mid game happens, and that is when UCI just comes to shine, and they never ever put the brakes on.
And I think that San Diego, they're the only team in this tournament that's taken a game off of UCI. We've seen them rubber band against the matchup versus Berkeley. They have the means to both come back and finish a game out once they have that lead. The problem I feel is getting to that point where the game's even or the game's ahead in their favor and giving them a time to really show their macro dominance. It's just really tough since UCI doesn't show any weakness in these early to mid games, and it's hard to counteract that when you have the Kazakhs and the Jin alone left up in the draft.
Yeah, and I think the unsung hero in this game was indeed Frenzy on the side of San Diego, expertly kiting the majority of the fights that he could. Unfortunately, there's just a little bit too much crowd control and dive pressure that any champion, like frankly, like almost any other AD carry would not have done anything better. But him with Kaisa was just able to just deliver time to time again. And maybe this is what exactly San Diego needs to bounce back from the fight as we're going to be going into break for the third and potentially the last game of this grand final for UCEI Holiday Invitational sponsored by Xfinity. So don't go anywhere.
is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCEI Esports program to help you do that.
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, dance of screen, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Oh, so freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry, I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
Life.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned. What is real and fabricated? What is wrong? What is my problem? How can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting the storms in my head. Don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to. No one understands, shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't want to keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine, and we back. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the wind and rain. I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind to see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
so faceless.
I've got a premonition, I'm dreaming you and I. All my darkest fears are coming outside. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Jungle of love. Listen to my conditions, I got you on my mind. You were stuck in my head and I don't know why. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the match point of the grand final for League of Legends for the UCEI Holiday Invitational sponsored by Xfinity. And with the current, I think this time around, like again, is San Diego deciding to stay on the blue side as the loser seems to get the brackets, the side selection. And I guess so far, there's no real adaptation except that Kazakhstan immediately.
I think the Kazakhstan's pretty good on the side of San Diego. Although Duong Pro is going to be aggressive whether or not he has the Kazakhs, I think it Kazakhs does highlight a lot of the issues we seem to have in San Diego right now. That being they're not able to get their carry potential out of Frenzy just because of the fear of that jungler time and time again being able to one shot the back line. So giving them a little more room to breathe, I think, is a very good adaptation from San Diego. Now it's just a matter of what Dong Pro pivots on, and it looks like he's going to pivot towards the Graves.
And this is worth noting also that Crisco is the person that is playing instead of Seraph, the new player that is going to be a substitute this time around. And we're going to be excited to see what this player has to bring on the board, as he's going to be playing a rather different champion than what we would normally see out of Seraph, that is normally Galio or Lulu. We get a Diana.
Yeah, I think that Seraph is just more of a supportive mid laner, looking for the roams and looking to boost up the team instead of just going for that pure solo kill mid or so just trying to be a pure damage threat, right? Now with Crisco subbing in on the roster of San Diego, I'm interested to see how the dynamic will play out. You're going to be going into a Victor, which isn't that much of a one-sided matchup, but Victor just has the range advantage and has that ability to just take control of the lane. I want to talk about Youngbin giving up the Jin, handing it over to Frenzy and picking up Kaylin instead here. UC, I think they feel very comfortable on this 2-0 lead already, so they're going to be happy bringing out the Caitlyn, maybe even going for a couple Gale Force plays with the animation cancels on him, but a very interesting draft choice to say the least.
Yeah, and I really like the presence of Caitlyn because it is that one champion that actually does really, really well against Jin in terms of laning phase along with Ashe. The one Jin's strong strengths being one of being that his bouncing grenades and also his inherent long range gives him excellent range advantage against likes of Kaisa, which we have seen like time and time again. So this time Youngbin doesn't want to be behind the range differential. He's going to be using a 625 range to his maximum, and this seems rather like a one-sided in terms of the die potential that is present again on San Diego's side, while there seems to be a lot of counter engage options and disengage options on the side of UCI.
Also, one thing we rarely see, well, ever at this point, is the Talia jungle coming up from King Clueless. I've remembered that Cal State banned Talia out a lot against King Clueless in their previous matchup for the losers finals. So they obviously respected him enough to just constantly give that ban out time and time again. Now that UCI has just sort of let it remain on the table in the last two games, King Clueless is finally able to pull it out here, and I'm very interested to see how this jungling affects the rest of the map because Talia has a very interesting clear speed, especially in comparison to Duong Pro on the Graves. So we might not really see King Clues able to affect the map as directly as Graves will be, especially if Duong Pro starts to get ahead like he has for the past two games.
And Talia is indeed the most least spoken champion out of all the radical changes that happened in 10.25. And she is indeed the person in a lot of analysts' eyes, the champion that got the strongest buffs out of all of them combined because of her. Let's remember that this champion had a 0.3% pick rate globally until this recent change. And she has become one of the strongest, if not the strongest jungler in the patch, mainly because of her powerful presence against Graves. Graves has a very difficult time dealing with much of Talia's abilities, mainly her E, which pretty much procs every single time that somebody takes a dash. So Graves not only gets slow, but he's not able to get out of it using any abilities without taking major sorts of damage. So those are going to be really interesting interactions, and this is definitely a change in terms of the draft composition on the side of San Diego, excluding the Wukong that is being piloted by Dyson Spear, which quite frankly in the last game has performed rather excellently in the moments that he needed to, despite his team going down due to this DCI's overall dominance. And
Mm-hmm.
we really need to see this Diana because that is a champion that you really don't see neither in solo queue or in competitive.
Yeah, I think this is the one pivot sent. This is like the last card up their sleeve for San Diego. If Crisco's able to pop off, that could be the answer to Youngbin's slipperiness when in throughout the mid and late game. He either stays even or just starts to get ahead in bot lane, then becomes this threat that can initiate fights with Gale Force, kite backwards when they need to, and Youngbin just never seems to die. Diana has a lot of tools to gap close to lock down Caitlyn, even though Caitlyn has a lot of self peel on their own. So it's going to be interesting. I want to see, since Super Frankie isn't much of a roamer, he's more of shoving those waves in. If Diana's able to snowball Frenzy into that winning state that we've seen Frenzy pop off and over again, Frenzy can be a very, very potent ADC if they're not set that far behind by Youngbin here. So we'll see what happens with these jungle pathing. I'm expecting a lot of attention being given towards this bot lane, though, because that has been the key to success for UCI in the late game.
And rightfully so, because it is indeed the Thresh versus Leona matchup, notoriously biased towards the Thresh player, as long as the Thresh player is good at the champion. And we know for a fact that Detroit
Mm-hmm.
is a great Thresh player from the game's performances that he did show in game one. And off of and just because of Victor's range advantage and overall things that are going to be happening throughout the game, and just the Volibear being one of the strongest laners in the current meta in the top side, we're going to see a rather three-winning side on the side with the side of Graves. So in that case, and Duang Pro just has all the means in the world to just select the side that he wants to go in and then just pressure King Clueless from preventing him from doing that amazing Tilia full clear.
Yeah, I feel that because Graves has the priority in the majority of these lanes, it's going to mean the world to Duong Pro being able to play aggressively, not just going for the solo invades, because like you said, that Talia E is something to worry about in the 1v1. But in a 2v2 skirmish, maybe with Clone Cheap or Super Frankie getting the advantage and being able to roam into the jungle, that's could be what tilts things in favor of Duong Pro and getting that early game lead. If I'm on San Diego's side right now, I am going to bet 100% Duong Pro is going to invade. If you can find a way to get lane priority, maybe play towards top side in your initial clear, then you'll be able to have Dyson Sphere try to get the rotate and prevent Duong Pro from getting that early game advantage. That being said, neither of these junglers are stupid. They're not going to take a really bad fight. So getting set behind one buff or failing one invade is not going to be a game decider right there.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of times already. King Clueless just being able to recover time like as much as he can, despite Duang Pro's early game exploits. And just looking at the rune choices here, some of these are actually pretty interesting. On the side of Caitlyn, he actually chose to go for the lethal tempo because he knows that despite of going for and not going for fleet footwork that you would normally see if the Caitlyn is trying to get the lane priority that they usually require. So this is Youngbin pretty much looking for the late game insurance that he understands that he's going to be the major source of AD damage besides the Graves, because in a lot of times Graves actually has a pretty hard time playing against some of these champions, notably Talia and Jin, who are going to be able to keep their distance against them. He's most likely going to be the one who deals damage to Crisco, Dyson Spear, or unless when he's diving in and act as a counter engaged threat using his major damage. So I really respect the rune choice from him, and then this is most likely going to allow him to dish out just unreal amounts of damage in the late game stages.
Absolutely. And also, Youngbin taking the cleanse as well, that is allowing for an almost dirty way of just being untouchable on the Caitlyn right there. I'm not too sure what if he does opt for maybe a Kraken Slayer. I doubt it. I would say he continues with this Gale Force trend because we've seen how much that Mythic passive and the move speed has really enabled Youngbin to just play up in their face, be elusive, and still initialize things here. But as we start to get loaded in here, I'm going to be very excited to see where this initial jungle pathing is taking place and if we see any level 1, because that first game's level 1 was something very exciting to see and it really panned out in favor of UCI. But we'll see what happens now.
Yeah, and rightfully so, because we're just going to be just ready to just load into the game. And finally, this is just going to be like the moment of truth, everything that we've all been waiting for, as we're just going to be wondering, like, what is going to be the early exploits on the side of UCI or UCSD, do you think?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very, you know, it's tough to really call the level 1, but you have a lot of options from UCI to get that initial hook. But if you sustain the damage, if Volibear's there, you could see it if you see like a full-on 5v5 invade, but more than likely it's just going to be 2 to 3 people peeking their heads into the jungle, just trying to get the vision down. And then if they catch Jin or Leona, who doesn't really have that escape option really available, then they'll start to send the mid laner down for the rotations. As we see, already the pings are coming forward and Jin's in that tri-bush.
And they're going in, and they're not going to stop, and he's indeed going to go for the early invade. And they still have not seen Detro, and he's most likely going to go for that ward. And then it actually has not been spotted. So Frenzy is actually in vision, and he's not aware of it. Well, most likely now he knows now, because he's got hit by a Q. He got hit by Caitlyn Q in the blind. And it's hard to believe that that was thrown without a purpose. And they're still going to continue for this level 1 invade because they understand that Thresh is really strong in the earliest stages. Leona doesn't necessarily have the same type of presence early. And they're still looking, and they're still trying to find where this Talia is going to start. And this is going to be the major difference maker, as now they know for a fact that King Clue is going to be starting on the top side because they know the red is not occupied.
Yeah, so King Clueless opting to start towards bot side. Maybe they can get more of a priority, like after they do their clear and go towards bot side, getting that scuttle and getting maybe a bot lane gank seems a bit easier than going top side, simply because of how Volibear passive works. Clone Cheap is going to be in control of that wave for the majority of the early game until people start to get the items, right? So going for that gank could be very costly. Both of you, both Dyson Sphere and King Clueless are very squishy. But bot side, you could see a little bit more momentum as Frenzy are actually able to get control of the wave first before UCI's bot lane is able to match.
This is very good news because the bot lane had to leash the Graves, because now this is the only way that, despite the because this is technically a range versus melee matchup. So normally you would expect UCI to get the first to 2 level lead, but now you can see that they're actually even in terms of farm, and this is rather peculiar because you would normally see this in a way where like the other side has to play rather passive, but Frenzy is just going forward and he's trying to get these farm, and Detro is just punishing it accordingly, I guess. And they're really getting close to level 2, so this is around the time they have to be really careful. And wait, they actually spotted Duang Pro on the side, and he's actually getting sandwiched in, and he has no idea what is happening at the moment. Luckily enough, there's actually not enough ability. Oh my god, that landing is actually huge because that's going to immediately lead to the first blood, and that is exactly the someone that you want to give all those kills to. Frenzy with the first blood, and they keep the camp, and then what is going to happen next?
I am very, very surprised, but that's a very good rotation by San Diego's bot side. Giving up level 2 completely, saying, alright, we don't win this 2v2 here, but there's a Grave sitting in our jungle, and we have that nice and warded. That blue buff is actually going to be really nice for Frenzy to catch up, because they're going to be able to spam these abilities even more so. But now it looks like Talia is going to go for
Yeah, they're going to hit level 2 and they're going to immediately try to go in. It might even flash on Youngbin because they know for a fact that Thresh has played. There's no way of going into that champion. And if you are able to get this Caitlyn, how happy are you on the side of bot lane? What a change of note, what a change of tone. And this game is different. This game is the one where UCSD is on the lead.
This is why you ban away the Talia from King Clueless. They just didn't give the respect to that jungler right there. And it's finally starting to pay off here. Duong Pro and the rest of the UCI roster for once having to play on the back foot. Looks like they're going for a little bit of a top side engagement. They're going to get spotted out by the ward as well. So there's really no cross map you can trade for that right now. It's just going to be San Diego up ahead.
And this seems like the perfect opportunity for them to get behind. But look out, Crisco. You're going to get taken out by Victor. Even if you're an all-in-one champion, all-for-one champion, doesn't mean that Victor doesn't have the damage to pack his own. And look at this wave and the dire state that it is in. Crisco would much rather not like to recall right now, but he physically cannot touch the wave right now because of Duong Pro's proximity to the lane and his HP, low HP status. And he's just going to have to deal with hell of a harass if he's trying to get it back. And meanwhile, during that entire time, we have to remember that Victor is indeed the scaling champion. And he's rather paradoxical in terms of that because his passive actually encourages fighting near him. And in a lot of ways, if people engage into him, the Victor could still be a very powerful early game champion.
What I want to see right now is how this early game Dragon is going to go. If it goes off cleanly to one side or the other, we might not see too much from it. But we know Duong Pro loves to secure these objectives, as we see him actually trying to secure that mid laner. But he's actually going to be going to the opposite side of the map to match his gank.
And he's actually going to make it in time because there's going to be a TP party on the top side. And this Volibear is angry because somebody took his picnic basket and he knows, and King Clueless has to flash away in safety because of that angry Volibear. You have to remember, don't poke the bear unless you could kill him.
That is going to be a nice chunk of change going to Super Frankie, but a nice hook as well.
Oh wow, what a nice net, because I have a feeling that he was actually channeling for that Hex Flash and that coincided just nearly in time for the timing to come to an end. Because remember, in this timer, when if they could look for any sort of trade with the big minion wave, there's a high chance they're just gonna win it straight up. And off of the HP differential that they got off of that trade, though, they're gonna be able to freeze this lane right in front of their tower. And I really like this movement on the side of the UCI's bot lane because Duong Pro is not able to contest this dragon. They actually don't even care about it being taken. They care about the lane's welfare, and that is exactly what this freeze is going to ensure that they get.
Yeah, going all the way back to the counter gank with Super Frankie and Duong Pro, that really started to stabilize the game. Now it's a sub 1k gold lead for San Diego right now. It doesn't mean that much, and although the bot lane of San Diego is very far ahead, that's the exact game state San Diego wants. I'm going to be very, very interested still to see where this dragon fight is going to be taking place, because Duong Pro had to reset and buy boots, whereas King Clueless is on the lost chapter now. So this is going to be an interesting bot skirmish.
And this is during the entirety of the time where Talia is hovering this slow lane that is shoving out, but Duong Pro, intelligently enough, is here to ensure that their wave is their bot lane is safe. But the thing is, they actually don't even care too much about this dragon. But on the other side, San Diego, this is their first Drake of their lifetime. Every single one of these champions, one or the other, is heavily reliant on their ultimates. And getting that additional reduction in terms of their cooldown is going to be so massive. And this is something that is just they're more than happy to take and more than happy to trade, because things were looking rather bleak because of the fact that Victor got that kill. And maybe they're going for a dive here.
That is
and that is exactly what they're going to do with that wall. But the problem is, where is the Leona? What is he going to do during that entire time? And King Clueless is going to be immediately taken out, as Leona is just not even in this fight, unless it's just so sad right now. He didn't even get to stun anybody. He landed one E, and now he has to pay the price. And that shield is going to save Super Frankie's life as well. And what a disaster.
You literally breathe on Super Frankie there and he dies. Oh wait. Duong Pro as well.
Oh, the tragedy that is happening right now. What am I seeing? Crisco's probably just slamming his keyboard right now. Okay, finally he gets one. Thank God that he got that, because otherwise I would be just in the Counter-Strike existential crisis because of how slimmer HP that they survived in. And meanwhile, the bear and the monkey is CSing in this top side. And we usually know what this usually the way that it works. In Wild, who do you think will win in the fight? A monkey or a bear?
I mean, although the bear has the size advantage, the monkey eventually evolves to something better. So is that an analog for maybe Wukong might scale a bit later? Unfortunately, I still think he's going to win in the long run.
These threads and the needle are just working every single time for almost every time that these players play Thresh. And this time it just seems to be that Deetro is the one who's going to be threading that needle and getting that kill for Youngbin. And I guess just this game just never stops in terms of full action, as they both understand that this is the game that matters. This game's the game that is going to matter the most, if anything, for both of them. And they're just not pulling the punches.
I think the monkey needs a little help from the human in order to really get that top lane going, as we see King Clueless now the one taking the aggression and actually able to secure that red buff, trading for Duong Pro on the bot side taking their own red buff as well. But interesting scenario if we do see a bot lane dive. We've seen the mess that happened in the mid lane when King Clueless and Unless tried to run for a dive. Counteract that with this engagement right here.
Yeah, what a flash, and that's immediately going to be responded, and just a little bit of a cleanse of disparity that's not going to prevent Youngbin from getting rooted just fast enough. But there's just TPs coming in because they're saying this is a party and the bear is angry and you gotta run away from that thing. But you cannot because he's right in front of your face. And what a hook again to land it once again. And then he's just gonna be taken down immediately. Every single abilities are landing for the side of Deetro, and this guy does not know how to miss.
Man, Deetro's just reminding me of Mad Life right there. Hitting these hooks that just do not deserve to get hit onto the side of San Diego right here, but just time and time again comes through, and now we see the Talia ult in mid.
And wait, it's just going to be a straight up just duel because this is actually the perfect place to duel it, right in front of their tower. And Super Frank is scratching his head wondering why he cannot escape, and that is just when you know that Talia is has some sort of grasp in the game, and that is exactly what you need from a champion such as Talia, who is now well in the way of trying to carry this game as well.
Yeah, King Clueless cannot afford to give up any lead. They need to be take advantage of this tempo they're establishing right here. A Rift Herald bot side is going to be an interesting fight because we know UCEI is not going to leave that uncontested. Duong Pro is already bot side, and we can see actually a little bit of a hex flash that leads to nothing here. But yeah, King Clueless, he wants something with his victory. He wants to keep his lead going while he has the chance.
And that entirety of the time, we also have to remember that King Clueless is actually for the first time ahead in CS and in terms of like pure objective pressure, ahead in terms of Duong Pro and in that area as well. So this is a very nice change from the player that has been on the back foot throughout the entirety of the series otherwise. And now, like, we really have to see where he's going to drop this Rift Herald, as all the laners of UCI is actually maintaining their control. And just looking at just the amount of sheer turret plays that are being lost on the side of UCSD in comparison, you just have to wonder where this Rift Herald is going to go.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind, UCI do have the gold advantage right now. However, it's a little bit small at 2k. It still means something as Crisco goes for the engage mid.
And he's just going to immediately go for that engage, but it's going to be disengaged because of the Victor's gravity field. Rather a very strange ability to really interact with, because it is a rather static ability. It doesn't go anywhere, obviously, but it is indeed the most terrifying disengage tool that he has to his arsenal, other than his interrupt with his Q. And yes, they're actually going to get a rather handsome gold collection off of that. And Shelly is just going to be like retiring off of it, so no first turret off of it just yet. And most likely they're using it so to get this river control, which they're going to get at this moment, as Frenzy is going to be resetting for his power spike. That is most likely going to be resulting from it. And maybe he does it because I would have expected him to get a pickaxe in order to get that a little bit of an edge for this team fight that's going to be coming up, because you better bet that UCI is going to be contesting this one.
Hex flash.
And is he actually going to go for this? And King Clueless is just in the no man's land, and maybe he's the one that who's going to be the genius to catch this play, because Yobi's just going to be taken out even before the fight begins. But watch out, the bear is right in front of your face. Surprise, and there's no way that you're going to get out of this one, because you got to remember, even if the Kayle is being taken out, there's no guarantee that you're going to win this fight, because every single member of UCI is dealing damage one way or another, and that little toss is actually going to go against their favor, because even if you toss him and deal damage, what is the point? He's a bear. He does not care. He's just going to be slamming you down. And man, those paws were on fire this game.
Man, don't you realize it's current day League of Legends? ADCs don't do the damage. We have Clone Cheap diving on the King Clueless already, just completely enabling the rest of their team to fight. Just very, very good performance. Great recovery from that initial pick on the Youngbin, who unfortunately went down here. And that's going to be rough for San Diego, because they had the lead. They saw a finish line in their like in the next 10-15 minutes if they're able to just keep the pressure. But now they don't have the Rift Herald. They weren't able to get a turret off of it, unfortunately. And now UCI has started to regain control of the mid game with Duong Pro 5-1 and gonna start becoming the menace of the jungle that we know him for.
And I think the best part about the entirety of this process is that Close Shave did not get majority of these kills, not any at all. The most important members of UCI got those kills. Duong Pro, like you said, are now fully recovered because of the kills that he got, and the goal deficit is pretty much meaningless now. And to add it all up, Victor has been reached a point in time where he has upgraded every single ability. And at a 13-minute mark, that is catastrophic on the side of UCSD. Now we have to deal with a champion that has been fully evolved, and now, and with the current changes, did not even have to spend a cent doing it.
Yeah, Victor is just such a big winner of the preseason patch because of these changes to his passive and the itemization changes. Both Ludens and Leandri's being very good options for him. I'm really like Super Frankie on this choice because I feel it suits his playstyle so well. Being that consistent DPS that allows Youngbin to sort of be aggressive, get picked off, because we have Super Frankie to dish out the damage and shove in these waves to prevent the roams from San Diego from really getting all that much value. Now that we have the dust settled, Drake is down, Rift Herald going to be coming up soon. I want to see how UCI approaches this. They haven't established too much of a vision lead in the river just yet. Their real strength just comes from their skirmish potential of the Graves and the Volibear right now. So we might see a little bit of a, not necessarily a dive, but still a lot of pressure being given towards this topside jungle.
And I think we're exactly going to get that, as despite being the one to take the Rift Herald, they're the one who's constantly being behind in turret pressure and constantly the one that is being pressured everywhere across the map as the Rift Herald is coming to respond, and UCI is more than ready. And look at that chunk just coming out already from the side of Super Frankie, and he's just going to be just daring anybody to walk into his range, and they get the full deal blow of his combo, because if they ever do, unless you're named Leon or Wukong, you're probably going to get 100-0.
Exactly. It's so rough when that Victor and the Graves come online, and never mind the Volibear, who has just enough damage to brawl it out and still dish out damage to the backline. Jin hates playing into tanks, and Volibear is one of those tanks that can really shut him down because he can just stand in his face, dish out enough damage to match Jin, and then force the rest of San Diego to give either attention to Frenzy, who is the star of the show for the most part of the San Diego roster, or try and deal with the damage from UCI. And UCI, they never give up a fight where they are going to lose. They never try and take a skirmish where they overestimate their damage. Time and time again, it's calculated. So you can't hope that UCI throws in these fights. You have to play the macro a little bit better, and that's really tough right now when you're behind in tempo.
And there's just going to be the immediate wall for coming out from Talia, and this is rather an amazing one, if I may say so myself, because Victor is actually just stuck in the middle, right in front of the tower range, and he's been taking that entire tower down. But unfortunately enough, he's actually able to trade the kill, but that is still nonetheless like a glimmer of hope, because King Clueless seems to be quite excellent on this champion.
Yeah, I really love King Clueless on the comfort pick and the game 3. This is exactly what San Diego needed. The problem is, when they had the lead, they were doing their best to try and extend it, but that fight at Dragon was so influential that now UCI is on top of the tempo. And although King Clueless is still ahead, they still do enough damage to be consistent in these team fights. It's the rest of their roster that isn't able to keep up with Talia. And they try to go for these roams, they go for these really nice plays, but UCI is still coming out on top of them somehow.
And ultimately, like, this is when you have to worry, like, think about what is our breaking point. When do we win a fight? And if the answer is now, they cannot be too afraid to pull the trigger, because this is the third Drake. Both pieces, like both champions, like both teams having one Drake each, so it's not the most valuable Drake to take. However, it could be an excuse to start a fight, and that is exactly what San Diego needs to do with the Diana.
Yeah, Diana, I think, is very good in this team composition of San Diego because it's another option to disrupt the fight and force UCI to fighting chaos, essentially. Because UCI is very clean in these team fights, it's very hard to sort of find that opening that allows you to win the fight, especially since Ditro hits every other hook, threads the needle. You have to sort of cause the disruption yourself, force Ditro to choose between peeling or initiating.
And let's see what decision Detroit decides to make, because for the first time, the threshing actually comes completely amiss. And Crisco's gonna go immediately look for the play, but that is not the way that you want to use your ultimate. And now all of a sudden, the bear is just going in, and Clone Sheep is on a rampage, as nobody's gonna be able to help stop him. And on the top side, just immediately after the ultimate blunder, Crisco's just going to immediately go down as well. Maybe they're going to be able to get some sort of consolation by picking Super Frankie, but these Jin ultimates just seem blank, as it doesn't even deal too much of an impact of a damage, and UCI is just going to take another Drake for them on their own, as Super Frankie's the only one that goes down, while on the other side, 3 members are like, no, 2 members go down and 1 is critically injured.
That is just another winning state for UCI at this point. I feel like a broken record saying UCI winning this, UCI winning that over and over again. But the fact of the matter is that they are being able to take an advantage in all of these fights here. And even if the fight doesn't look advantageous, they're getting TP'd on. They have the Talia wall behind them. Oh,
Yeah. Crisco tried to go for the TP, and now he's the one that was getting chased out. And this is something that you just really need to keep an eye on. You cannot be desperate. You cannot be trying to make plays that will never work, because UCI is not going to give them a chance, because what is going to lead to is bleeding towers, bleeding tempo, and then now you're all of a sudden behind on the map despite being able to reset early, and now UCI has lost nothing for going for that trade and then getting that dragon.
And now with Baron coming up, San Diego does not have a teleport to really answer for that. Clone Sheep has teleport. They can choose to sit in the side lane and exert even more pressure, or they can just stay with UCI, threaten the Baron take, and force San Diego to hemorrhage resources even further. And it just always feels like this consistent choking out of the opposing team from UCI, because they are not giving up any bad fights. Right now, if I was San Diego, I would really work hard to try and roam with the support and jungler, look for opportunities to establish vision, and try to not let this Baron go uncontested by kiting it out, I guess. Frenzy is still relatively healthy in these team fights, and I think if given the opportunity to kite it out, Frenzy could start carrying these team fights out.
And hopefully so, because Dwong Pro currently has finished the Collector, and now he has one hell of a scary Graves that is just going to be killing anybody that is going to be getting near his range. And with the sustain that he's going to be constantly getting, then it's just going to be like even more difficult, as Youngbin just constantly using his Caitlyn ultimate to just dish out damage and then just make the enemy be in a less comfortable spot. Remember that especially in the later stages of the game, like sustain is not as actively available for likes of Jinda, who does not like building lifesteal. So when that type of stuff happens, that every chunk like this will matter in the long run.
Yeah, if Frenzy doesn't have the opportunity, looks like we're seeing another engage. What?
And then that's just going to be immediately responded. Detro just predicting it, being on the other side of the map. And then they're just not going to be able to do it too well. The TP is going to be interrupted, and that's good news. But what is bad news is that there's going to be 2 people who are going to be going down for the play that San Diego actually planned to make. And really, look on the other side, because Clone Sheep is like, oh yeah, you try to stop my teleport? Then you're going to have to pay with your life, because Bear, remember, do not poke the bear, because that bear is not friendly.
How did they keep getting away with this? Detro got a really nice lantern there, and although Unless got the E, Youngbin was able to buffer it, so he still took the lantern away, and that's just when the San Diego engage started to fall apart here. There's just time and time again where it looks like a good engage for San Diego, but UCI is able to outplay it, and that's going to be costing them Baron and an even further gold deficit. Youngbin once again ulting off cooldown to make sure King Clueless can't even walk up to try and contest the Baron.
Yeah, and like this is when Victor and Detroit are just right in front of your face like that, that's what then you're saying. You're like, don't even think about it. Don't even come near here. You're not going to get in. You don't have your ultimate. There's no way that you can steal this, and that is exactly the way that it's going to happen. A almost AK gold lead is being formed out in 21 minutes, a rather later one than the past 2 games, but the narrative and the trend seems to be going the same. UCI takes Baron, they take all your towers, and they're going to dominate. It has been the story of the last 2 games, and I wonder if it's going to be any different this time around.
Unless doing their best to try and establish a little bit of vision control. Drake's going to be up in 1 minute and 10 seconds or so, so they do want to try and stop the bleeding, take these objectives here, and I feel the best way to do that, use these teleports when they come up like they have right now, and have Dyson Sphere and Crisco sit in the side lane, wait for their teleports, push waves out while UCI is not grouped up as 5 and shoving in Baron waves, so that you have a tiny bit of breathing room to try and contest these objectives. Because if you don't maintain these side waves right here, you are just gonna allow UCI free reign to just go, all right, top wave was pushed in, no one matched it. After we kill mid turret, we can go into a side lane. So kudos to San Diego for trying to match that. The problem now becomes when Detro and Duongpro roam into their jungle and start to clear out all the vision that Unless tried to set up.
And it seems like the same exact thing is just going to happen where Unless is just going to be put in a weird situation. And these are occasions where Youngbin actually doesn't even care too much about being alone in the mid lane because Deetro's always there, and his team is entirely there to back him up. And oh my god, Frenzy just needs to recall after that because of the immense amount of poke that he's been getting. Never mind, he's not gonna even get given the opportunity to recall, and that is rather a nice disengage from the side of Frisco. But he's gonna get him down because the lantern has been interrupted, and all of a sudden there's been kicks being selected left, right, and forward. But now you gotta deal with Close Shape and the Angry Bear, and they've been dealing with it throughout the entire time, and they're not gonna be getting the end of it. Because even despite getting the right amount of advantages and getting the right amount of kills, they're still behind and they're still getting the numbers advantage fights. They're still managing to win.
Youngbin just, I don't know an ADC that is willing to just Gale Force under the turret to grab that kill like that and live for as long as he did. His save, or the only reason he dropped out, was because of Crisco hitting that ult and interrupting the lantern there, like you said here. But now, Dragon coming up, turrets falling down, and it looks like UCI is just going to get another objective secured. 10k goal lead as well. It's really tough to try and contest these objectives anymore, but you don't want to be giving away Soul for free to UCI, and I think San Diego knows this, and they're gonna try their best right here to just do something to stall the Dragon.
And I really like Detro's positioning here because he knows exactly what San Diego's thinking, and he's just gonna have to pay the price, unfortunately, because he's gonna run into route after route, and that is when you just think about the paradoxical nature of this game sometimes when you're playing it as a support that is behind, because you're like, okay, I got out of the gravity field and there's a trap right in front of you, and if you dodge that, there's a threshold you have to worry about. And there's so many things that are just clicking in on the side of UCI and the skill shots that are landing, that at a certain point you're just feeling choked out. It feels like a Cobra Sun, and then you just have no way of getting out.
Yeah, it's bleak to say the least right here. You don't have a lot of options when you're at these sort of stages in the game to look for a way back in. There's not that many 50-50 plays that UCI is giving up. So it's really just how much can we stall the game out, and without a real good wave clear option to match Victor, you don't have that stall option, I guess. It's just having the side laners side lane, look for the teleport if they really can make it work, but there's too much vision that UCI has established on that bot side jungle to really allow yourself to feel secure in these takes right here, because UCI knows exactly where the roster of San Diego is. They know where they want them to be, and now that Baron's going to be coming up in 2 minutes, you're going to see a little more rotations towards the top side from UCI as they get ready to establish a bit of vision control.
And this seems like the tempo is never coming to a halt, because even with their impressive push and all the outer towers except the inhibitor ones being up, UCI is the one who's never letting go of the pressure and just constantly trying to shove the lane in and locate where they are so they can find the moment to look for vision control. And given that the game has come to a slight halt because of no neutral objectives being present, it still does not mean that UCI has nothing else to do. Because remember, they still have the scaling option of Victor and Caitlyn on their side, and even Graves to a certain extent. And now, with Clone Shift finishing 2 tank items and Divine Sunder in his inventory, now he's becoming increasingly harder for someone like Frenzy to kill.
Yeah, it is gonna be given an opportunity for San Diego right there, because Frenzy is... I'm sorry, getting an opportunity for UCI because Frenzy just doesn't have the kill volley pair, honestly, but
they just
and neither do the other two, I guess,
they
members
can't
of
kill him
right there.
They just thought about their options. They're like, can we kill him in time? They're like, no.
I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, like, again, you cannot, unless you can kill the bear, do not poke it. And fortunately enough for them, that was actually a wise decision on their end, because all of the UCI was actually waiting for them to take the bait and then try to go for the fight, with Super Frankie also having TP for the occasion. And a lot of blind pokes are just being issued out, and then potentially he's most likely expecting a dodge from happening from Unless. Not going to land this time around, but constantly, they're just constantly the ones that are getting the waves in, they're getting the CS, and look at it. the major CS differentials between all solo laners are coming to show, with King Kalus being the only one that matters that are on the gold lead, and that is just going to immediately lead up to it, because that is one hell of a CC chain. He didn't even get a chance to fly
Wait.
up in the middle of the air. Maybe he's just going to have to burn Zhonya's to keep his life, because man, that Victor damage is really, really paying off. And remember, he didn't even barely got a chance to ditch out his damage because he never got through. But meanwhile, they're just going to be taking Baron on the other side of the map because they invested so many resources on this side. And even without King Cruz having ultimate, there's a very slim chance he's going to be able to take this fight. So it's going to be a 4v4, and let's see the way that this is going to turn out. With no jungle fight, they're going to look to secure the Baron, and UCSD is trying their best to stop it, but Baron's just going to be secured. And too little too late to have that ultimate ready, because you don't matter when you're just going to be 100-0 from the beginning. And you never want to see a Gale Force being used defensively in that fashion. And there's always going to be a Bear ready and a quadra kill on the side of Blanco, and that may be the way that they're going to try to end the game from here, with 30 seconds timers on majority of the members on the side of UCSD, and maybe we have a champion.
Pro literally just flashed over that wall right there as the Graves, just to help try to end the game faster. It's looking like it's lights out for San Diego. They did not need Super Frankie for that last fight. They were able to 4v4 and take it all together to win the grand finals here for the UCEI, sponsored by Xfinity.
And they're having a little bit of a celebration. We get it. And the change is probably not going to matter too much because they already got the game down. And that is just going to be the way that the grand final is going to come to a conclusion. And I really think that it's just going to be a really interesting discussion now of who is going to be the MVP candidate.
First, I just want to go all the way back to Super Frankie getting picked there. It felt like a weird scenario where San Diego felt like they got ahead out of that pick, but you have to think about what can we do after we get this kill. Killing Victor bot side, you get the shutdown, which is a very good thing to go for. But you used so much utility. You got rid of your Talia wall, which is a big factor in a fight like Baron. And you don't have many answers to show for them just turning onto Baron Pit. We have two consistent damage dealers for UCI's roster here, that being Super Frankie and Youngbin. Never mind Clone Sheep just being able to kill people with base damage and tanky stats there. Youngbin was able to just sit in the Baron Pit, be calm, and dish out enough damage to win UCI that fight. It's still about out of control from there, and then UCI taking that title there. So with that all being said, I'm going to give my little MVP of that roster there to Youngbin, because in the first two games alone, I feel like his influence in the mid to late game was so important that it was really giving UCI a lot of chances to just close out the game and choke them out.
Rightfully said, and I agree with a lot of that. And one of the things that actually distinguishes one player above Youngbin, in my opinion, is just the amount of presence that junglers have throughout this entire tournament. And in fact, in this, especially in the grand finals, because if we look at the way that Dwang Pro actually used the leads that his team garnered him, and it was a reciprocal type of relationship where if he got any leads, then he gave it right back to his laners. Much of the successes in UCI's bot lane and top lane and even mid lane in a lot of the occasions was because of the jungle pressure that were being present, and King Klus being rendered useless because of the extensive amount of external threats that he had to deal with Duang Pro always in his jungle in the times that matters, and denying him much CS that is required. And I think in terms of that, he pretty much designed the way that the pace and the tempo of the game went, which is extremely fast, given that this is one of the longer games that we had on in terms of UCI's dominance. And that is the reason why Duang Pro gets my vote for the MVP.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious, Michael, are you a jungle main by any chance?
I am a neutral top laner, and top laners
top laner.
And top laners unfortunately are in a very bad spot right now and cannot use their spotlight as much. And in a lot of ways, the reason why I respect the jungle role so much in a collegiate scene is because of how difficult the role is to master and the amount of knowledge it requires for you to be a successful jungler in any form of competitive environment. Especially considering that none of these players are for the flax in terms of their rank. There's a lot of former challengers. There's a lot of current masters and grandmaster players on both sides. And when we consider that and the amount of level of gameplay that they're playing with them practicing consistently, I assume, and hopefully they do, is the being able to shine in a competitive environment as a jungler just means it puts a lot of spotlight on you, and well-deserved spotlight in my opinion.
Yeah, I do agree, especially when you take like, because it's anything to be, or okay, it's not anything, but being a high-ranking solo queue jungler is a whole lot different. Being able to perform well in this team 5v5 environment, right? You can't play the same way. You can't rely on the chaos of solo queue. And that being said, Dwang Pro still being able to take that sort of solo queue fight or die mentality and going into the jungle with the support of a 5v5 roster like UCI right there is obviously very commendable. He's still able to play aggressive and still able to just control the early game macro to the point where King Clueless, although he was ahead in that third game, wasn't able to really stand much of a chance because of the rotations and stuff. I'm
And
just biased. That's why I gave it to Youngbin. I like ADCs, but
of course.
yeah.
And I think there's no discounting how well Youngbin played throughout the entire tournament. I've rarely seen aggressive AD carries that actually put skill behind their aggression. Because oftentimes what you're normally going to see is a anti-wild turtle situation where you don't have the mechanics to go in for that flashy plays. And that was a complete opposite for the case of Youngbin. And props to having the awareness and the skills to back up the ballsy plays that you indeed go for. And this is without and this is without saying, despite it being a 3-0 and despite it being a one-sided victory, we cannot discredit UCSD for pulling up a fight. Again, they were the only ones to take a game against UCI, and that is something that is now is a huge accomplishment based on the way that this tournament did go out. And when that happens, we just really have to think what is eventually going to happen. And as the CELO season is coming in and it is going near, then we're just going to be seeing a lot of these players come in and then constantly grow to develop as they're going to be helped with the coaching staff and also from the encouragement from their teammates. So I think that is the ultimate thing that they could take away as a huge learning lesson, because remember, all these players and all these teams are going to be going for that CELO playoff spot, which is only 8 this year, and trying to go for that major prize grand pool and potentially the championship.
Yeah, real quick, I do want to give a little bit of attention because we have been singing the praises of UCI. I do want to talk about how Frenzy has been performing in these competitions because we saw a complete domination against Cal Berkeley last time, even though the game wasn't in their favor the entire time for UCSD here. Frenzy has been just phenomenal, even under the pressure of Youngbin in these past couple of matches too. And I feel like he is still one of the stars of San Diego, and I do give a lot of props to him. His ability to just play to the late game, even being 1-5 on Kaisa, and eventually starting to try and claw it back in that game too here. Tremendous kudos to him and the rest of the San Diego roster.
And like we said, like this is just a starting point for the entirety of their team, as they're just going to be going on the way into a rather intensive like weekly tournament on the set of CELO. And I am really looking forward to like watching it as both as a participator and as a coach. And I will be like really keeping a good eye on some of these teams, as we're going to be seeing some major upgrades on the side of UCI with Mike Young joining potentially for the next actual CELO season. And we now have to imagine how terrifying of a roster that potentially could be.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good, I'd say. It's a very exciting season that I'm looking forward to. But yeah, there is a lot of changes coming out for both these rosters, especially waiting for CELO coming through. And I'm expecting a lot more of the same in terms of UCI's early game clean aggression. We've seen what they do already without Mike Young, obviously. So adding another good player onto the roster can certainly help them show their like ability to just be superstars, I guess, because Youngbin already has just been a consistent performer. He's been in the roster for a very long time, and Ditro as well. We cannot discount him in the slightest. His ability to just hit hooks that should not hit. I straight up don't like how filthy he is with the thresh, but whenever they leave it up, he's doing just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's just going to be the real question of how impactful like these players are going to be, because, like you said, UCI's early aggression is still good, and it's hard for me to imagine what's going to happen at the second blue buff. Noting Mike Young's trends in his championship run with ANU Esports, you better run away from that blue buff, because there's probably going to be 5 people there, and they're probably going to mechanically outplay you.
All right, with that being said, now we are going to be announcing the MVP for this tournament series here. And it's actually going to be Frenzy on the side of UC San Diego, which I believe, kudos to him, a very phenomenal performance on him again. And I believe he deserves it very much so.
Yeah, and well deserved in terms of that. Like he did indeed get targeted out by UCI, and quite intelligently so. Props to the team for understanding their match like opponents and then like adapting accordingly. And this game is like I said, this series does not necessarily have to be a clear representation of San Diego. As for all these teams and everybody included, not only in League of Legends. Hopefully, this tournament is an opportunity for them to actually take a trajectory way up rather than just plateauing because they got a long way to go.
Yeah, it's only up from here. This is just a tiny hint of what we will be having in store, but I'm excited to see what happens. And we also got to talk about what the MVP gets, right? Let me actually double check with our overlords, our benefactors right here. I believe they win another one of those beautiful MSI laptops that I need to remember the model number of, unfortunately. But isn't that cool, Michael?
Yeah, imagine getting a laptop right now in a time where you cannot even get a graphics card because of the what is the
Um,
most like street friendly way that I could provide this? Bad bottoms. There you go.
yeah, I am one of those that are struggling as well in the current times trying to find a graphics card. So being able to get the whole package, that's a really nice thing. Thank you so much to MSI for offering these laptops for the UCEI sponsored by Xfinity. And very good job to all our sponsors as well. Thank you to Corsair for giving or having that peripheral sponsorship, giving us all some nice things to look at and providing a really nice quality product that I still use to this day. I got my little Corsair keyboard right here.
Yeah, and like Jamel said, like these events are not possible without these sponsors, and I hope that this was a rather enjoyable time for everybody included, as this will be the final ending for the League of Legends section for as the grand final is over, and UCI are the champions for UCI Holiday Invitational sponsored by Xfinity, and it will be the ultimate ending to the event, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Hopefully, we're going to be able to come back for next year as maybe the UCs are going to be clashing one more time. And I wish everybody has a great time, great rest of the day, and stay tuned for other games as this invitation is far from over.
We're running in the jungle of love. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me at the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness is my old friend. You get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me till at the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness when you're friend. You get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness when you're friend. You get me at the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me till the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me at the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend It'll wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Darkness, my old Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, when your friend, you get me in the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, when your friend, you get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, when your wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me in the end. See you at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me in the end. See you at the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me at the end. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you won't get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you won't get me till the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me till that's the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness, my old friend. You get me at the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. This darkness, my old friend, you get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. This darkness, my old friend, you get me till at the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me at the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me in the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look behind. It's moving closer every time. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. There's darkness for your friend. You give me the Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. And I look it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense.
Welcome back, everyone. The UC Esports Holiday Invitational reaches its peak. It's a final day of Overwatch competition, and of course, presented by Xfinity. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, 9 teams competing here from the UC system. We're down to the final 2. UC Irvine taking on UC Santa Cruz. This is what it's all about.
Absolutely. You know, last night we saw UC Santa Cruz earn their spot here in the grand final, taking, I think, a pretty convincing win over UCLA. Sure, there were some hiccups, some issues with Santa Cruz strategy and comps, but overall, I think they really brought it together. They had great synergy, and they understood how to play fundamentally the compositions they picked. The tough part, though, is now they're going up against UC Irvine. And I'll just say, as soon as I saw the lobby and saw these players on UC Irvine, these are a lot of names that I recognize from, top level ranked, people in the top 500. Players like Hell Judge in particular stuck out to me. I mean, he's oftentimes I see him in the top 100 players on ladder. And, while rank doesn't mean everything, and I think there's really deep differences in a team game, in terms of communication, those things really do come to the forefront. They become more significant. However, I just think there's a significant strength of roster here for UC Irvine. They have a lot of playmaking potential to fall back on if things start to break down in the team sense.
Yeah, and you take a look at UC Irvine historically. It's just a powerhouse of a school when it comes to esports competition. They've always been top of the line in Overwatch. I think back to all the Overwatch collegiate tournaments I've done, UC Irvine almost always in the mix. And, this year is no different, right, where they've put together an incredible squad, a squad that definitely looks to be the favorite, which is not to count out Santa Cruz here just yet because they looked great getting back in here, bouncing up from the lower bracket. But, either way, I think it's going to be a great match. And, in particular, I'm really interested to see how the DPS matchups end up here. We saw Ionic was our personal pick for the MSI MVP yesterday, had a really, really good showing. But as you mentioned, when you're up against a team just stacked with talent like UC Irvine, that's kind of the baseline minimum just to be able to compete.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that the DPS lineup really was, the key stars for UC Santa Cruz last night in the semis. But now they're going up against Fade and Danichi, which I think should be a bit tougher. Danichi in particular is a name I often recognize. I see him all the time playing DPS, grinding it out on the ladder. I think he's going to be more of like the hit scan / maybe some tracer specialist there. So I think Ionic and Snozlar, they are strong players, but they're going up against, I would say, equally strong players. So I don't think Santa Cruz can rely on a consistent advantage there. That might be a place where they're strong and they're competitive, but I think the rest of the team is going to have to step up. In particular, I see the support line as being super significant in this match. I think in this meta, support in general is really, really critical to the team. You really need, especially your Zen player, maybe Zunbap sometimes, you need that player in the flex support role to really deal a lot of damage and make plays. It's not a pure support role in the current meta. And that playmaking, that fragging ability really does make a huge difference in terms of the outcome of the match. So I think that's going to be the challenge for Santa Cruz. Can EMF and Snozlar shut down Hell Judge?
Yeah. I just love that his name is Hell Judge going into it too. We're just talking the preamble, just going, look, if any of these players had to get scouted, make it to the Overwatch League, I'm rooting for Hell Judge. I mean, you can't ask
just want
for
to
a
call
better
him out.
name. Yep. Per your experience, so a pretty fierce competitor, even beyond what we've seen thus far here in the Holiday Invitational. But now this is it, the final series. The grand finals is upon us. And we're starting it here in Busan, which, by the way, is UC Irvine's map choice. So that is the benefit they get from going through the upper. They got to choose first map, Jake.
Yeah, well, we did see, the same map to start out the semis yesterday. And Santa Cruz, they look pretty strong and look pretty comfortable. However, they did get caught off on a couple mid fights by UCLA. So I think the mid fights always super significant on Koth, but especially on Busan, at least this stage and on Mecha base, these chokes coming into mid are really difficult to break. So winning that mid is typically very rewarded. You're oftentimes going to see teams get a lot of capture off that first mid fight, maybe snowballing the next fight with ults. And then, it's only that fight after that, the third fight, where the team that lost mid gets a chance. So this is going to be close.
Take a look at both teams here. UC Irvine will be using teleport. Get a little bit of extra distance here in the beginning. Don't imagine he'll stand in the center. Nope, the swap up comes in. McCree Tracer versus McCree Tracer. You'll see just how the DPS setup works here. Right now, both teams just feeling each other out.
Yeah, I like that UC Irvine, they're taking control of this Mega Pack, which is actually a critical resource in comps that don't have so much healing available to them. You see UC Santa Cruz, yes, they're on point, they have control, but they're giving up a lot of high ground right now, and there could be a potential surround coming in from Irvine.
Ionic getting onto the point. UC Santa Cruz trying to get the first cap. UC Irvine, though, coming in from the high ground, not wanting to give it up as easily. They do give it up, though, and this is where UC Irvine, they're playing for the first battle here, Jake, and getting Ionic down, that's huge! Sigma able to come in off the flank, and even with a few eliminations going the other way, this should be UC Irvine taking the first battle.
Yeah, that's what we talked about previously, ZP. It's not really important that you give up, 14% capture. You will absolutely take that every day of the week if you're UC Irvine. I think that's very well played by them, showing great patience. Give up the capture control and just win the fight. That's what matters in the end. And you're really seeing it expressed most clearly in the Sigma ult charge difference. Because PG1 got those early kills and stayed alive the whole fight, he almost has a flux, and that could just end this next fight before it begins.
All right, so UC Irvine in control. UC Santa Cruz looking for a win, but EMF just focus fire down. And you take a look, UC Irvine's still in a really good spot. This wasn't the situation where the Hammond goes in, makes a move. Instead, UC Irvine, they drop the flux, they go to clean up the rest, so they weren't wounded at all. Really good focus fire to start that out.
Yeah, Danichi lucky to survive the flash. A little minor error from Ionic, and that's going to cost them. That was their way back into the fight. EMF going deep, but he is absolutely dead here to Danichi. There's no way this ball is getting out. Trance is forced out of Hell Judge, which you can count as a minor win for Santa Cruz, but they're still down a player, so can they really get aggressive?
Hell Judge finding Snozlar at the end. Danichi just cleaning up the remainder that's there, and this sort of stagger is so beneficial, Jake, where it's the type of thing where you get one or two staggers like this, it's like winning a whole fight onto itself.
And I love the targeting from PG1, attacking Limcrimp with that flux and taking him down early, because PG1 is on track to potentially lap this enemy Sigma in ult charge, which is very rarely seen at this high level. So it's definitely going to be in a rough spot right now for Limcrimp. He needs to get this flux online, but he's still 40% away.
Deadeye up from Ionic. UC Santa Cruz looks for the way back in. Deadeye used, no one down. Now the rally coming out here from UC Irvine, one of the most deadly ultimates of the game. Forces the Transcendence out from forward. Both teams pretty healthy here thus far. Rally soon on the way out, but EMF again focused down. Now we got Fade, props Deadeye, finds the Tracer for good measure.
That's so critical because it kept Hell Judge alive. Hell Judge was almost going down there, but the Deadeye saved him, and this should just be map over. Flux coming in from the Sigma. Oh, and it's canceled. Beautiful play by PG1. Just when Limgrip thought he was about to get an ultimate online, PG1 shuts him down yet again. So definitely some Sigma difference going on in this first map as UC Irvine take a very convincing first round.
Yeah, I mean, PG1 has been the start to me here so far, where I just think back to the team fight pretty early on where PG1 just got in a little bit off the flank, found the lane, took down 2 eliminations pretty much with ease, and I mean, it just opened up the entire team fight. And yeah, you mentioned it in the middle of the map too, where he was putting out so much contribution that he was essentially lapping the other Sigma. That requires both the other Sigma to be having a bad time, but also you to be playing out of your mind for that to even occur.
Yeah, just for me, it all comes back to the mid-fight. I think that mid-fight really speaks a lot to UC Irvine's strengths as a team, because that's a high-level play, to allow the point to give up the point control and just have confidence that the position that you're rewarded with is going to get you the fight win. That is the correct play at the highest level, but it's something that, a less experienced team might not be willing to do. They might desperation stop the contest and, lose players and lose the fight overall. But UC Irvine, they were disciplined, and that 14% that Santa Cruz got at the start, that was the only time they had the points.
Yeah, and UC Irvine, I mean, they weren't really fazed by that at all. They went, okay, that's fine. We'll just win first battle. They did. Held control there ever after. Now, though, we begin again. Second stage here on Busan, UCI. A little bit split right now. Fade though, look at the corner. And again, they're looking for the focus fire on the EMF, and they get it, Jake. This just keeps happening.
Yeah, Irvine in great control here. I actually don't love this lower position. I think it's not so great. Once again, the cap control goes the way of Santa Cruz. So I actually think they're in a pretty decent spot to take this fight, but if this Zen goes down, that'll be all over. Nice protection by Gosu on the forward.
Both balls should be back into the fray soon, but again, look at EMF. As soon as EMF shows up, rolls on in, gets focus fire. This time, though, he's able to get out. He's able to return fire on the PG-1. And Santa Cruz, much better showing as the fight breaks down here, Jake, where it looks like not only have they won the first battle, but they've gotten progress on it on top of it.
Yeah, I'd go so far to call this as a misplay for UC Irvine coming to mid. Going that low ground side, I just don't think is advantageous. I think you need to brawl for the high ground, the drum position, because it just offers the Zen and Brig a much better position to stay alive and avoid flanks. So Pulse Bomb not going to get too much here, though.
Energy, meanwhile, close to a Pulse Bomb of his own. UC Irvine taking another crack at it. 44% to 0. This is a team fight that would really like to go in their way. Look at that. 2 early pickoffs from UC Santa Cruz. They were low, but the damage was completely spread out, Jake. Meanwhile, Ionic dead on target.
Yeah, Snozlar getting the cleanup here, and it's another reset here for this UC Irvine squad. That mid-fight push on the low ground just didn't pay off for them, and I think it just comes down to the strategy. They're just better for Santa Cruz. Still, though, a big stack of ultimates. Wisely, UC Irvine didn't invest anything into that last fight. They recognized it was bad early enough to hold on to ult, so they do have an ultimate advantage here. But, with 2 support ults online for these defending side in UC Santa Cruz, it can be very easy to stall this fight out and find the pick. So this is far from easy for Irvine.
Yeah, Santa Cruz here, they'd love to get an early pickoff before the ultimates get used. That's a great equalizer, but Nanachi going for the Pulse Bomb, finds Brigida. Gosu out of the fight early. Now UC Irvine, they're trying to be economical here, Jake. You get the early pickup with the Pulse Bomb, once you save, but a rare Tracer on Tracer Pulse Bomb from Snozlar. Though Santa Cruz a long way to go, but at a minimum, it's going to force everything out of UC Irvine.
Yeah, Irvine does get control, but as you said, really well played, I think, by Santa Cruz to force absolutely everything. And because Gosu went down to that Pulse Bomb, the silver lining is that he's back with Rally in the next fight. He didn't use it. Of course, when he got stuck, it's not going to protect him. So while that's a nice take for UC Irvine, they did pay everything for it. Rally Mines, this is a great combo. Sure, it's not everything you would like, but Mines to force the enemy off point or put pressure on them to contest into that heavy damage, and the Rally to keep your team alive. It's 2 simple tools, but they're almost blunt instruments here, ZP. I think they're just going to be enough unless we can see some sort of huge play come out of Irvine.
Irvine right now, they have to win one of these fights in uneven fashion. This is where you look to fade, you look to Danachi to get an early pickoff to buy you time. Santa Cruz, meanwhile, they're going to play this by the book. They open with the Rally. They put pressure onto the point. This is going to be incredibly difficult to contest right now from UC Irvine. They have to give up the point, but they have to go right back in. It's overtime. It's do or die. Danachi taken down by the Zen. Both teams trading up Pulse Bomb. Big onto Ago. And now UC Santa Cruz looking to clean this up.
Oh, Hell Judge.
They transcended here from Hell Judge. And UC Irvine's still in it.
Oh, that's a huge kill from Ionic, taking down his opponent McCree. If he doesn't go down here, he will be able to clean up on this McCree. Kills now going clearly in the way of Santa Cruz. Hell Judge almost clutched that fight. Not only getting his Transcendence online, but also getting a pick on the enemy Brig before that moment. He was really fighting hard for that one. But ultimately, Ionic just really well positioned there. Staying alive, he waits out the Transcendence and is able to get a kill right as it closes. So great positioning from Ionic, the player I personally thought was having the most impact in yesterday's semifinal against UCLA. So it's good to see him still performing. But I think, go ahead, ZP.
I was gonna say the patience was big there. I feel like where you look at that, you had the momentum from the Transcendence coming in. It looked like okay, Fade's in prime position to turn this around, and as you say, Ionic just kind of waits back, waits for the Transcendence to Fade, lands a good flashbang, takes down Fade, ends the threat entirely. So I couldn't agree more.
And this time, Santa Cruz is going to go for a rush comp, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they did not play yesterday. So this could be pretty unexpected here on Mega Base, but Ago, great positioning. He scouts it out early, so his team knows what they need to do. It's all about rotating away from this comp. Do not let the Rhine connect on you. But already, Santa Cruz has gotten pretty close. A beautiful roll by Ago. Keeps them alive, though. Keeps them off that connection with Rhine.
Fade gonna win the McCree battle. That's so big, given how the McCree and the Rhine comp want to be well protected, have room to work with. Well, now you don't have the McCree there, and this is in a way almost all or nothing, Jake, when you're running the Rhine comp here, because if they get pushed out in this first fight, they're gonna have to swap. They're gonna be way behind. UC Irvine trying to set that up. They take down the Rhine and Lucio on the flank. Fade and PG1 working together. Now Danichi just going to take out the rest.
McCree's back in the fight, but does nothing here. And as you said, ZP, I think that's a very point well made, is that trading McCree there, right?
Back out, we'll play this intelligently, make them work harder for it. And it was just really cerebral play coming out from UC Irvine.
Yeah, overall, I think their use of map positioning has just been better. Bar, though, that mid fight on Sanctuary, I think going low ground is just a mistake there on that map, on the mirror comp. I think the high ground is just a better position, not only because it's high ground, but it just offers better rotation paths. So I'm a bit surprised that UC Irvine went for the low ground. I think that's ultimately what cost them Sanctuary. But on the other maps that I think they approached better, and I think they had better movement on mid, then they just immediately snowballed that into map wins. Whereas even on the map that was pretty close for them, or rather on the map Sanctuary where they messed up the mid fight, lost control, it still felt closer. It felt like Santa Cruz couldn't hold on to the point quite as dominantly as we saw from Irvine in the other 2 rounds.
Well, UC Santa Cruz, they got through the end part of the lower bracket to get here. They went through most of the upper bracket before running into UC Irvine, so it's not a team I'm going to be counting out here just yet. Now we'll see what the next map is going to be. And I do wonder if we'd be going back to something like Hollywood again. Actually, because no, probably not, given the way it happened in the last map. I'm curious to see what the next map choice is going to be for UC Santa Cruz, like what they think will really play to their playstyle. Because I'm just like running through them, I was like, what would make sense? Jake, what do you think?
Well, I think so far we haven't really seen much distinction from these teams in terms of the comps they like to play, right? This has been mostly a mirror match, right? Santa Cruz went for the rush comp on mecha base, which is a bit of a cheese. I think it can pay off if maybe you're scouted a little bit late, or you get a certain opening. But ultimately, I think we haven't really seen much of a differentiator in terms of what comps they want to play. So I think any map book is really fine here. It just comes down to, for the Santa Cruz players, what do they like? Like, what's their personal preference? Maybe what do they practice as a team and enjoy the most? I'm not sure there's going to be much of a tactical advantage. As long as they're mirror matching, that doesn't really come into play. It's really just about comfort.
So I was thinking in my mind that they didn't look the greatest on Hollywood in the last match we saw them yesterday, but Hollywood is in fact going to be the pick. So should have just stuck with the gut there. Hollywood going to be the next map, and well, it's in just a moment. We've reloaded Busan. We've kind of gone back in time a little bit, but don't you worry, it's going to get bright and sunny soon.
Every lobby leader has made this mistake, accidentally loading into the wrong map. But no worries, we'll be right back into it. And I wonder though, as we go to Hollywood, I think it'll be time most likely to see these hit scan players go over to the Ash. I think McCree, while a strong pick on Koth with an emphasis on mid fights and potentially close range engagements holding chokes, I think Hollywood is just a much longer range map. So Ash is going to have more time to get value, throw out those dynamites, pressure enemy backlines. We also see a player swap here with Safrona coming in to complement Helljudge on the support line. I wonder if this suggests possibly a switch in support comp. Maybe they want to go with a Mercy Zen, which I think can very much work on Hollywood. There's a ton of verticality. And if you're already going to run the Ash, then I think the Mercy makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all, given how Hollywood plays out, just for the reasons you mentioned. Right now, showing Brig, but of course that can change at a moment's notice. Never really want to trust teams in the very beginning of the lobby because things do change. Now, I want to say I'd be surprised at seeing the Rhine comp, but I wouldn't really, given that we saw yesterday coming in from UC Santa Cruz, because this is where they tried to run this comp and it blew up in their face, essentially, Junkrat included. And they might be going for it again here, Jake, against a team that so far has been a lot stronger.
Well, funnily enough, though, ZP, I think the comp that UC Santa Cruz played this Simstrat into last time was actually a lot better at dealing with it when they had, I believe it was the McCree and the Ash, Mercy and the Zen. So now you have a Brig and a Tracer who are better at sort of these, extended damage poking engagements. But when it comes down to this raw point-blank brawl where damage is super critical and a hero like Brig might not even be able to survive, we could see this rush comp do better, although it is going to be McCree Junkrat, so no sim, just going to be taking a classic speed boost in. I wonder if this will pay off. This is definitely unconventional here from Santa Cruz.
I mean, if nothing else, the spam damage coming in from Junkrat is pretty significant, especially if UC Irvine decides to take cover in the cafe. It's not going to be much cover at all, but Fade finds Gosu easily early on, and now your Rhine comp, it's not very mobile.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication. Maybe Gosu getting booped out there or something. I don't know why he was on point alone. That's definitely a suicide mission, but he's the Lucio, and it's actually not such a big deal to lose him. The only problem is the Wrecking Ball is looking like he's setting up for a spawn camp, which I think is a really great play, but Gosu might have just slipped the net and got back to his team. That's so critical.
Still a little bit of pressure being applied. The delay has been significant just from that early pickup made, and now you see him go in, try and retake the cafe, and it's very effective. Ryan just gets in there, swings the hammer, a little bit of Junkrat support to boot. And a great rotation from UC Santa Cruz is going to lead to a much better result this time around here in Hollywood.
I love the quick response here. Safrona straight over to the BAP is going to offer a bit more ranged poke, and being able to break this Rhine shield earlier is great. I think the Mercy is even better, though, for basically the exact same reason, especially with Fade now on the Ash as an obvious Mercy pocket. And the downside of this rush comp is you might just have to full switch. I like that they're switching Junk. I think that is definitely a must-go hero with how much verticality is here. But now you're in a pretty weird spot. I don't think this comp has a whole lot of synergy. You're running rush comp, you have McCree and Ash. sort of like halfway to a poke comp, halfway to a rush comp. And if Fade just wins one duel, and he's got the damage boost, so should have an advantage, this comp falls apart really, really bad on Streets phase.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a tough ask. The only thing here is that you're running the Rhine, and this is something they can focus a little bit more on pushing the payload, but it's going to be easy for UC Irvine to find the pick if things stand as they are right now. Damage, though. Taking a little bit of damage, backing out. Now UCSC going to try and take the top by force. They got the Rhine up there. It's a little bit easier the way the elevator is working nowadays. Snozlar looking for it. Wow, Ionic got caught by Tracer in the back. And UC Irvine just been back big. Now they're going to move forward and just completely retake the high ground.
Yeah, this is exactly the trouble with the rush comp, right? You're forced to cross this tiny bridge, and you're up against a Wrecking Ball, right? If he just boosts one player to the low ground, I feel like the strat just completely falls apart. And it's so, I would say it's borderline impossible to cross that bridge successfully without losing any players. You know, Danichi's just pecking away at the back line. If you ever forget about him, he's going to come in aggressively for a pick. And it's going to get switched back to the Bat Brig, more of a standard comp here. But I actually don't like this from UC Santa Cruz. I think the Mercy is just a better hero with all this verticality. And given that you're already running an Ashe, Ionic has his work cut out for him because he's not really going to get a fair duel. He's going up against one-shots, and he doesn't have a damage boost of his own.
We got some ball v ball here in the back. Santa Cruz not getting any ground for free, and already Snozlar found by Fade. They've just been on fire. And as you see them go for the bridge, I just can't get out of my mind Lord of the Rings vibes here, where just like we must cross into their territory, and it's just not working.
I think in this analysis, Danichi is Gandalf. You know, he's swinging that whip back up to pull them off the high ground, just picking away at this backline 24/7. I feel like Wrecking Ball should be the Balrog, but I don't know if it really makes sense in this context. So
it's scary enough.
Just focus on Fade here. I mean, like, look at this. You're trying to push Cart, but you're just trying to push Cart in front of a damage-boosted Ashe. Fade is only taking breaks to just reload. Danichi to the back line. There's no drone for that pulse bomb. I'm not sure if it's missed or just on cooldown, but again, I just think the Mercy Zen is just a better comp. Unless you dive and kill this Mercy Zen, they are incredibly greedy. And by greedy, I mean they lack survivability, but they have incredible amounts of damage. Mercy contributes with the damage boost. Zen obviously has Discord and his, you know, raw fragging power. So I don't see a way here for Santa Cruz. It's really on Snozlar and EMF, but how are you successfully going to dive? You have to come up this elevator, and it's just such a telegraphed play.
It's so tough. I mean, essentially, you have to have a perfect play where ideally you hope that Fade messes up. And you know, right now you look at it, Fade doesn't appear to be messing up, not even a little bit. As Danichi and PG1 keep the front line secure, Fade doesn't even have to do as much this time around, at least as far as the kill feed is concerned. And the pressure that UC Irvine is putting out here is overwhelming. And yeah, I think you're completely right, is that a swap is required, but now you're just running out of time.
Yeah, I think this is a classic case of like, you know, you feel like you're playing the meta, but you just are misreading the situation because the support line, it's quite significant when it comes to how these comps play out, right? The Mercy and Zen, they have not used their support ults in multiple fights. They're just saving those. So even if you do get a good dive for UC Santa Cruz, you're just going to force support ults and have to do it again.
Danichi just fighting Trace for Trace right now. Snozlar been struggling over the course of this round here thus far. Not always the easiest area for Tracer to go into on the attack. Danichi's Pulse Bomb getting nothing but Immortality Field. Still forces out. And Snozlar, I mean, now you look to him here to open something up, hanging back on the Pulse Bomb. But meanwhile, UC Irvine, they just decide to go in. And it's devastating.
Yeah, and even after all that waiting, Snozlar just takes one shot to the head from Fade. And I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, diving this high ground, I think, is a really fraught concept here for Snozlar and EMF. I don't think this is really on their skill as players. I think it's just mostly that this comp is super difficult. I think you need Mercy, or at the very least a Zen. Maybe you could Discord the Ashe and get the one-shot on her that way. But it's just unreasonable for Ionic to win the duel when he's up against a one-shot potential.
Missouri from Santa Cruz, everything is on the table. It has to be only 30 seconds left. But already, EMF is down. And now you're at Flux, you're going to try and drop the back window at some point. Make something happen, but guess what? Fade's at full HP in the back. Fade picks off two! Fade just continues to crush UC Santa Cruz.
I mean, this is just a dismantling ZP. This is, you know, out-comped, outplayed. I love that rotation from UC Irvine's Wrecking Ball there because, you know, it's just a heads-up play, right? Oftentimes you see Wrecking Ball attacking the back line, but you're going up against Bat Briggs, so it's going to be pretty hard to kill them. Maybe a better play, and in this case it was, is to mark those divers. And, I mean, the ball just has to run through a minefield to clutch point. That's definitely desperation mode here for the attackers.
Overtime starting to tick down, and the UC Irvine defense thus far impenetrable here on point B. They get down to go, that's a start, but Danichi gets to the back, removes so much healing from the equation with the pulse bomb, and guess what? Fade's still there, takes down the Diva, uncontested on the top. Ionic nowhere to go, and Snozlar probably soon to be followed here as Fade just is doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, this you just cannot let an Ashe and a Zen sit uncontested. PG, I mean, basically every range damage dealer on the side of UC Irvine is uncontested on the high ground. And I love the patience from them. Once again, you know, letting the objective make some progress there. For Santa Cruz, I mean, they can be happy that at least they did get a little bit more progress in that overtime fight. That was further than the cart had gone before. But getting held on Hollywood streets, you basically need to full hold first. Holding Hollywood streets is pretty rare, especially when you have this mindset of we only have to cap second. You know, you can even go for like a Genji comp if you only have to cap second, you know, like, so you just have so much strategic flexibility now for the side of UC Irvine. I think for their part, all they have to do is set up some sort of checkmate ult combo, and UC Santa Cruz has to be just constantly delivering big plays so that they never fall behind on ultimates, because, you know, at the moment that happens, you're just going to get overwhelmed.
Well, UC Santa Cruz, they are definitely in the danger zone here where, look, I mean, they kind of have to do what UCLA did yesterday and get the first point hold on Hollywood because their attack just wasn't that good. Obviously, it can happen. It happened yesterday, but they're going to need to have an impeccable defense here, Jake, because, you know, when you're in this sort of situation, when you are fighting for the grand finals of a tournament, the last thing you want is to find yourself in an early 0-2 hole, because then you have to reverse sweep to bring things back. And, you know, sure, that's happened before too, but, you know, mentally and just, you know, statistically, not where you want to be.
Yeah, and, you know, I am a little bit worried here for the defense. No, it is going to be actually this mirror match forward, making a very late swap over to the Zen. I think that is the right pick, but he's not going to be, I guess he'll get there just in time. But yeah, a little bit of indecision there for Santa Cruz. I don't think bodes well. I think Zen is pretty much uncontested, the only pick possible here. Zen is such a dominant hero in this current patch. Wrecking Ball forced out early. And, oh no, that's exactly how you didn't want this to start if you're a fan of UC Santa Cruz.
EMF is just getting punished so much more severely in the series than what we saw in the series against UCLA. Danichi taken down by Ionic. Important if UCSC is going to get a first point hold here. Snozlar going on a long rotation, and, you know, some of the time Snozlar has been left behind as UC Irvine just engages early.
Oh, and Hell Judge opens up on the enemy brig, and an instant double kill, triple kill from Fade, and this point is taken. Wow, that's not even close, ZP. I mean, what can we say about that? You know, they brought it back, you know, with the counter kill on Danichi, who maybe overextended, but I mean, as soon as the real brawl gets going and the teams properly meet, UC Irvine just rolled over them.
I mean, it's a complete shellacking is what you saw there, and I'm not sure it's ending right now. Yeah, okay, Danichi fell while looking for a few extra eliminations, but 5.5 minutes, Jake, to only get halfway through point B. This is so in favor of UC Irvine right now. And UC Santa Cruz, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to find the defense here, Jake. Again, not impossible, but going to be real tough.
Yeah, I will say I like the switch to Baptiste, though, for the defense. I think being a little bit greedier on defense can pay off big time. Snozlar with a great pulse bomb is going to slow down this offense, and another pick by Limcrim. That is going to send UC Irvine packing. Their goal here is just a soft reset. They want to keep pushing this hard, keep engaging, but just not fully commit given that they're down players. And Danichi, I mean, he's been very, very aggressive this half, but he's been getting punished really effectively. So that's definitely a positive for UC Santa Cruz.
Cade right now just trading off McCree versus McCree, saying, I'm on the low ground, doesn't really matter. The payload continuing to be pushed forward as UCSC, they're going to have to drop down the contest sooner rather than later here. They get the trace with the Deadeye, though. That's a great start. L-Judge dropping the Transcendence. Payload pressure still pretty high here from UCI, but Zefrona down. I think UCI is going to have to back out and reset.
Yeah, great hold right now from Santa Cruz. They're making it happen. PG1 keeping this in contest, might be able to get something done here. Every pick here is really impactful. And oh, this Zen might have overextended.
Kidding me.
PG1, he could really take over. They really underestimated his power in this position.
Finally goes down, but wow, in terms of keeping the fight open, letting UCI set up, get good position, you can't ask for anything more. And there's no breather here for UCSC. The pressure continues.
Yeah, they have the support ults to stabilize, but they need to get more than just the stabilization here. I think they absolutely need to find kills. Once again, though, it's Snozlar really being a savior here for UC Santa Cruz.
Snoslar's come up big the last few plays. Pulse bomb onto Brigida, pulse bomb onto the McCree. And that's the level that UCSC is going to have to play at for the rest of the series. If they want to even this up and potentially win it all. UCI, the problem for UCSC is that UCI still has a lot of time here, Jake. 3 minutes, and look at where the payload is. It does not have to go far. It's one fight for 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot give up anything here. And a go, with this minefield could really disrupt the high ground setup. Although both support ults being held right now by UC Santa Cruz. When your back's against the wall, that's exactly what you want. Early rally by Sefrona to take control of the high ground.
The rally comes out. UCI going to try and play this a little bit slower. You get the Hammond to the back, force out the Transcends here from forward. Not bad Transcends. Noslar, super low, needs a little bit of help. And Fade takes down the BAP. UCI that found the opening they're looking for, but UCSC, they cannot back out here, Jake. The problem is they're running out of people, they're running out of time, the payload's moving forward, and that's going to be UC Irvine taking Hollywood, one map away now from winning it all.
Yeah, exactly. UC Irvine, definitely those were some close trades, but it felt like UC Irvine, when they actually did take that reset, they're actually making comp swaps that make sense. They switch over to the Ash. They have rally, so they go for that fight, and it ends up working. But I can almost guarantee you, if that rally doesn't pay off, they're going to be switching back to the Mercy, which is the same comp they played on defense, where you're running that boosted Ash, so dominant on the open stage with a lot of verticality. That is Hollywood's second. And oh my God, we see Fade there with a 20 kill streak in the cards. Guarantee that's just second point, camping the high ground, never died. I mean, that is proof positive that the strategy from UC Santa Cruz is just lacking on offense. They just weren't able to contest the high ground effectively.
I gotta say, if I were an MSI MVP voter right now, Fade would be making a strong case. Although PG1 also pretty compelling, but it's tough to look at the stat we just saw there from Fade and think anything other than Fade is just having the series of his life right now.
Yeah, I'd also throw a shout out the way of Helljudge. He's a top-rated player, but more than that, in this team game, it's all about coordination. It's all about timing your abilities perfectly. I think he played a flawless defense there. I think he was a key part of why it's so hard for Snozlar and EMF to find that backline, because they're not coming up against an easy kill, which is how some people look at this Zenyatta, right? They're coming up against a fight in Helljudge.
Well, this is the UC Esports Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. UC Irvine, they're up 2-0. Can UC Santa Cruz turn the tables, bring it back, and become champions? Find out after this short break.
Around your soul with no control, you can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend.
UC Irvine is on the cusp here in the grand finals against UC Santa Cruz in the UC Esports Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. It's been a long road for both these teams here, Jake, but UC Irvine, clearly they have come to play because there's been a distinct level of difference here thus far. And UC Santa Cruz now down to their final map to try to bring this all back.
Yeah, and it looks like from the lobby here that we're seeing, it looks like it's going to be going to Dorado next, which, if anything, is going to only put more emphasis on Fade, who I think has been that key performer thus far for UC Irvine. This is a map where I think you want to play sort of the same comps we saw in the Hollywood Streets phase, which is, Mercy, Zen, Ash, these sort of heroes, maybe some Bap Zen, if you want to maybe get a little bit more defensive potential with the immortality field. But I think this is going to come down to Ionic. He needs to step up and needs to be able to take these mano-a-mano duels against Fade. But in order to do that, the team has to be playing comps that enable him. If you're up against a Mercy, you need to be fielding a Mercy of your own, or at the very least a Zen, and maybe prioritizing the Discord mark on the enemy Ash. Like, there's ways to compete in this hit scan mirror, but if you aren't giving your hit scan the tools to have at least the same number of shots to kill, then you're basically cutting their legs off, right? They have no real hope of taking that duel. And in fact, they just have to ignore it and they have to go for other players. So I think for UC Santa Cruz, I'd like to see them put more eggs in that basket, maybe commit a little bit harder to these hit scan comps.
I'm really glad you bring that up, because just on a personal, visceral level, that's just one of the worst feelings now of Overwatch, right? Where you're in some sort of hit scan battle, whether it be Widow v. Widow, McCree versus McCree. When the other side has a Mercy pocket and you don't, not only is even getting the initial pickoff just completely terrible. Like, it does not feel good when the other side's damage boosted, getting healed instantly, etc. But then if you do get the pick off, they come right back up. It is absolutely maddening. And as you say, it means that you can't even really challenge the other hit scan DPS, which isn't really the place you want to be in. It's one of the powers of Mercy in maps where she can be well defended. And I think your analysis is spot on as a result, where, yeah, we could say, hey, Ionic, we need you to do better. But if I'm Ionic, I'm saying I need help. I need more ability to actually contest this evenly.
Yeah, I will say when it comes to the McCree battle, I think Ionic is playing pretty well. Had some clutch moments on Busan, also playing pretty well on those early pushes on Hollywood. However, it really is that Ash where Fade just took over the game on Hollywood, just sort of ran away with it from that point forward. So I think sometimes you're going to have to mirror that Ash, and when you do, you need to be mirroring the support line too. To give yourself that fair duel, give yourself the option to actually take the duel aggressively. As you said, Mercy, I think, really sets up the defenders in particular for success. But it is going to be back to this McCree comfort zone, which so far both teams have played pretty well. But, this is that comp where instead of, Fade taking over, it's Helljudge, it's PG1 who are really finding the frags in these mid-game situations.
And with UC Irvine on the defense first here, Jake, I mean, this is where they could be looking at this way. Immediately, as I say, that's Afrona, just down, forward, kicks things off with a bang. That's the type of contribution you'd like to see at your support tower. PG1 firing back, and I appreciate the aggression out of Santa Cruz there, Jake, but it just did not pan out.
I think that's off timing, actually. I think it's a pretty big error, right? That pick came instantly, right? So I can see wanting to get aggro, but the problem is you're coming for the Zen, and every single player on UC Irvine just turns to mark those two divers. The rest of the team from Santa Cruz, they're just pushing card. They're effectively out of the fight. So I think this is really well done by UC Irvine, and that first pick is just irrelevant now. Safrona, he's back to the fight.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fade just walking down the staircase saying, no, that's not going to be a free area of entry, and Sigma just gets completely erased. Danichi, right place, right time, full clip. Now going after the ball in turn as UC Irvine, they're in complete control right now, Jake.
Yeah, and Ago makes that beautiful setup and gets out with his life, which is so critical because then he feeds that healing charge right back to his supports, gets them back up on those combos. Again, Snalzar, he's caught in the flank. Ago just really dominating here, forcing recall. Snalzar really desperation mode right now. This is unlikely to succeed.
Danichi and Fade just ripping UCSC to shreds. UC Irvine, if anything, they're gaining in strength as the series goes on. Jake, you look at the stakes of the tournament right now, only 2.5 minutes left for Santa Cruz. Their tournament life is on the line. It could be ending here on Dorado A.
And after that first pick from forward, we really have not seen any good openings for Santa Cruz. From that point, UC Irvine batten down the hatches, get disciplined, and they've just been playing so effectively from that point on. Ultimate ready here. This Flux is online. Forward does have Trance to counter, but it's going to take more than just trading ults 1-for-1 in this position. You got to get some sort of opening. And again, this is some off timing. Snalzar's already fighting. His team is not yet taking an engagement.
Helljudge continues to be a very hard pickoff. Snalzar finding that firsthand. Transcendence forced out here by forward, and Fade just doesn't care. Deadeye connecting on the Ionic. one thing that doesn't really care about the Transcendence in that moment. Open sight lines here for Fade, laying in the damage, aided by Hell Judge. And this is looking like it could be over, Jake. Only 1:30 remains.
Yeah, we saw it on Mecha Base, right? Fade and Hell Judge standing shoulder to shoulder on the high ground. It's just, you cannot allow that to happen. You have to be diving these players. But Algo and Danichi are just outplaying on the Tracer and Ball. They're just marking these enemy divers. Feels like Snozlar and EMF are off timing. They're going, from what I've seen, just a little bit too early before their team is taking an engagement and forcing a distraction. So Algo and Danichi are just happy to, okay, we'll just trade. We'll just go 1 for 1 and mirror your divers, force them out, which is a great reaction on their part.
Final minute left here for UCSC. Everything on the line. Expect them to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, into this fight alt-wise. It's a fight they must win. The problem is UCI, they're still loaded for bear. They open up with a rally of their own. They're not going to make anything easy here for UCSC in their last moment desperation push. EMF though takes down Danichi. That's a start. 6-on-5. UC Santa Cruz now with an opportunity. Rona, they're moving on in. EMF, his best team fight thus far. And there's a chance for UCSC to at least get point A.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do exactly that. Hell Judge with 2. I mean, just out of nowhere, the last player alive, and makes it possible. We actually could see a recontest come in because of that. Algo sitting on the minefield. This is risky but possible. I mean, do you play for the win here? That missed pulse bomb might be a go sign here for UC Irvine as they want to stay in this. Snozlar takes a minefield, and that's painful. Brig down. Oh, this is looking like a hold, ZP.
Oh, Algo got to the back. Danichi cleaning up in the front. Fade back into it. Overtime ticking down. It was a valiant last push from UCSC, but UCI, they had the opportunity to get right back in. They stopped the payload here and now. Still defensible for Santa Cruz, Jake, but they're going to have to show us a completely different team than what we've seen on the last 2 maps, because right now, for all intents and purposes, it's UC Irvine in the victory formation. Only a few team fights between them and becoming champions.
Yeah, and, depending how much, the people at home watch Overwatch, you might not know, in some games, in a 1v6, it's not so crazy to get 1 or 2 kills. That's sort of expected. But when you're a Zenyatta, literally the last player alive, coming out of your trance in the middle of the whole enemy team, and you somehow kill 2 players before they take you down, I mean, you're a Zenyatta. You have no defensive positioning utility at all. And somehow Hell Judge finds 2. That's the start of the comeback there on first. The reason they make the full hold. And, I mean, just an incredible performance out of Hell Judge. An absolute clutch there in the end to close it out.
I have to disagree a little bit with you there, Jake, just on principle where in RPGs in particular, there's certain damage classes where you go, man, I don't have any utility. And the classic response, if they're on top of it, no, my utility is my damage. If you just kill everything, who needs the extra utility? That's the mantra that Hell Judge is living by right now.
Yeah, but I mean, 1v6, like, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, if he misses 1 shot there, he just is dead, and just you have to just play perfect, which is pretty easy to say, but very different to actually pull off here. As you see Irvine with some silly comps in the spawn, don't see them committing to this. Yeah, it is going to be back to basics here, back to the standard, and going a little bit greedy. I like this play from UC Santa Cruz on the defense, running the BAP over the Brig. You have less defense to your back line. You can't peel that ball off quite so easily, but you have more range damage. And they're forward again with an early pick to start the round, same as last time.
It has to be the first of many, though. Santa Cruz must be dominant for the next 3.5 minutes. UC Irvine, meanwhile, playing the objective. They know the closer it gets, the less battles they have to win. Snozlar, a little bit of pressure from above. Hell Judge about to be back in the fray, and Snozlar scoping him out, but it's not an easy pickoff to say the least.
Yeah, playing a dangerous game, standing out on that ledge. He's taking a lot of poke, just barely living with the help of this Harmony Orb, but just fearlessly pushing forward here. Our UC Irvine. PG1 gets caught out alone, and this hold on the high ground is looking pretty great for UC Santa Cruz, although I think this position is a bit risky. I mean, they're getting flanked from all sides, and Fade could make an absolutely massive play here.
Fade's in a great spot. They already got 1 pickoff onto the Zen, but you got the Sigma. Tracer come back up. And again, they've burned 1 minute off the clock, but UC Irvine there, Jake, they're prioritizing the payload more than anything else. They just want to put this into that 1-fight situation.
That's a caster's curse if I've ever pulled one off on Fade there. I think he could have just rolled in and flashed supports, but didn't find the opening, got found by tanks instead. I guess the benefit of the X-ray makes it a little bit easier to call those. Is now Ionic starting to hold down in the backline, and great hold. I love this by Snozlar and EMF. They are staying focused where they need to be, which is on this high ground.
Nice stick from Snozlar. UCSC showing some life here when it's needed most. 2.5 minutes yet to defend. But Jake, this is what you have to do. You have to do this bit by bit, battle by battle. You can't look at the bigger picture here. You just have to play your game, take it one step at a time. And so far, UCSC have taken quite a few steps.
Yeah, I think this bat pick is really paying off, putting additional pressure on the PG1 shield. Now a bit of desperation here showing from Danichi, trying for an early stick, looking to force cart. It's pretty much all he can do. There's not really openings. I like this rotation, though, from UC Irvine on offense. Get to the high ground yourselves, force the enemy to retreat. And losing this high ground is actually a crucial victory for the attackers here. Just going to wait out this amplification matrix, and they have a pretty good window to push here.
I think you look at UC Irvine right now, they might be waiting for the Transcendence. It's not going to give them a huge advantage given that Ford is building at pretty much the same rate as Hell Judge, but they lose the BAP! That's massive! Ionic down, Fade has opened the way! Deadeye over, invested. UCI now moving forward, a huge advantage of Transcendence until they take down Forward! He was about to have Transcendence! UCI cleaning the decks here. And now UC Santa Cruz, can they even get back in time to keep their tournament alive? UC Irvine on their way. The payload, it's reached its destination. UC Irvine are your champions of the Holiday Invitational.
Yeah, congrats to UC Irvine. Just so well played throughout this final series. They had dropped a map here and there throughout the rest of the tournament, but you could just tell these players were locked in for the clutch. They knew that, this is the series that matters. This is the one that counts. And, just played incredibly well with great teamwork, great strategy, I think, throughout the series. A key difference I saw here, just personally, between UC Irvine and UC Santa Cruz was that, both teams had struggles, right? Both teams had moments where they were stalling out and not finding an opening. But UC Irvine was the team that took those moments, and you could tell they collected themselves, they reset, maybe they changed their heroes, maybe they changed their approach coming from a new angle. But whenever they had those moments of calm, they're clearly talking about this. They're clearly coming back with a new strategy and one that responds to what their opponents are doing. So that was, for me, the critical difference between these two teams. Irvine was just willing to take those, crucial few seconds in between fights to make a new and better strategy. And for me, that's what put them on top here.
Yeah, I mean, it was excellence top to bottom from UC Irvine. But now, Jake, we have to deliberate. Before we head out, we have to give the viewers a chance to have the true deciding vote. But while we sit here, we can speculate ourselves about who's going to be your MSI MVP. And, I think you could make an argument for multiple players on this UC Irvine squad. But there's one name that, in my mind, I keep rolling back to. And to me, it's got to be Fade.
Yeah, I think Fade had a great performance, just like clutch on the hit scan. We saw him there in his first person perspective on the final fight. And I think that's a great indicator of a player, right? When he got those opening kills, that fight was basically over, right? They're up 3 players. It's basically over from there. However, I think there's a lot of players in that situation who get sloppy. They start missing, they're not on point 100%. But I love that we saw it Fade. Even in the cleanup, he's sharp, he's consistent, he's still landing his shots. That's exactly what you want out of your hit scan player. But for me, ZP, I'm actually going to differ with you a little bit here. I think Hell Judge just had the bigger impact when it comes to the series winning plays and positions he was playing, right? If I think back to, Busan Mecha Base, he's holding these critical high grounds, only dropping when he's crucially needed for the Transcendence. We saw him on Hollywood, second defense, never using his trance until the final fight. UC Santa Cruz, they couldn't even force him to use his support ultimate until it was already too late, until the map was already lost. And then there, finally, at the end of the defense on Dorado, he has no business getting 2 kills. He has no business getting 1 kill in a 1v6. That's just absolutely absurd. It should not happen. Santa Cruz shouldn't have allowed it. But Hell Judge, he just played perfect and made it work.
I have to say, Jake, if you were just an NPC in a video game that you could gain reputation from, I feel like it was really that Dorado moment that threw it over the top where you're like, whoa, he just got 2 limbs here? That's unbelievable. Just like the reputation gain from that play alone makes him your own personal pick for the MSI MVP.
Yeah, just consistent play throughout the series, right? I think that was a moment where he really got to shine and it was just obvious how well he was been playing. But I think throughout the series, I just noticed him, really having consistent, strong trances, staying in good positions. So he's able to be at maximum effectiveness. And there were so many times where I just was watching the game, ZP, and, we don't want to call it early. It's up to the players, see if they can pull off some sort of hero play. But I just see the position Hell Judge is in. And I just think to myself, they can't beat this. Like, you need to contest this Zen. He's not only hitting a lot of shots, but he's just in a position to Discord whoever he wants, Harmony whoever he wants. And you just can't allow Zenyatta to get away with stuff like that. And I think probably from Helljoy's perspective, he's probably thinking the same thing. Like, oh, they're not going to fight me. I guess I'll just kill them all. So I just love that his game sense really was on the same level as his aim there, both at a top level.
Yeah, I mean, it almost brings to mind the old adage of, look, you had one player playing chess while the other players were playing checkers, this particular situation. But, I mean, you're right. It wasn't just the mechanical skill that we're seeing from Hell-Judge. It was also just the positioning. And, I mean, for a Zen, you need both, right? Like, not only do you want to put yourself in good spots so you don't just instantly die, but no matter how good you position on a Zen, you're going to have moments where, look, it's do or die, it's kill or be killed. And Hell-Judge was fearsome there. I mean, it made life incredibly difficult for Snozlar in particular, where, Snozlar, we saw Snozlar do incredible things yesterday, had moments here today, but a lot of those moments were kept in check by Hell-Judge in the back. So, yeah, I cannot argue with a lot of your points here for Hell-Judge, even as important as Fade was. I think either would be a worthy pick, and, we'll see what chat ends up ordaining here. But, UC Irvine, just a compelling performance. I will say on that note, you look to the competition, even though the series was pretty quick, even though UC Irvine looked fearsome. I think UC Santa Cruz had a lot of talent, a lot of potential. They looked fantastic yesterday. And, they had moments today where they looked good, Jake. It was just about bringing it all together for all three maps where, the down parts just kind of dragged them off it.
Yeah, I think there were a couple moments there where I just think the diving group of this strategy, right? The way to look at it is there's a diving group, that's the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball, and then there's sort of a ranged poking group, which is the Sigma and the rest of the backline. And these two groups are going to move in different parts of the map, but they need to be on the same timings. You want that dive to be hitting at the same moment the spam is connecting, so that either the dive doesn't have to do all the damage themselves, or somebody is distracted, right? Somebody is not watching what they should be watching, and that's how this comp really works. That's how this comp breaks the other open. Is having a better play in that dance, and definitely Irvine was stronger here, and the off timing I think was pretty painful for UC Santa Cruz. But I will say, in defense of Snozlar, I think he really picked it up in that final map, had a lot of clutch moments, and even though they lost it, the reason that final map was even close was a lot on this Tracer. Snozlar getting a lot of opening kills, staying alive late into the team fights. I think especially on defense when he had time to settle down and play, a more controlled style where you can sort of set the tempo on defense. Decide where you want to start the fight, where you want to hide, and it's a little bit easier for your Wrecking Ball as well to get on the same timing. Then they really came alive. I think it was mostly that offense falling flat that cost UC Santa Cruz. But yeah, definitely great stuff from both teams. I think both these teams have a lot to be proud of to even get to the grand finals here for UC Santa Cruz. This is an impressive feat. They've won a lot of hard matches on the way.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look back at the overall tournament, right, is that we had 9 teams from the UC school system that were here, and these were the very top 2 teams. No shame in walking away with 2. Of course, prizing and scholarships still awarded at this level. So, it's not one of those things where you go, darn, we got second. Where, of course, you're a little bit disappointed you didn't win it all, but it's not like you have to walk away empty-handed. And right now, let's see, just trying to hear for production, we might have our MSI MVP, or it still might be getting Okay, so we're going to be taking a quick break, actually, but when we come back, the dramatic reveal, we'll know exactly who your MSI MVP is.
wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind.
In case you missed it, UC Irvine are your champions of the UC Esports Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. But now, Jake, we're still deliberating. We're letting the chat decide who will be the MSI MVP. And there's a little bit of difference, I think, from the players we were anointing here. A lot of Brigida love coming in.
Yeah, hey, there's a lot to be said about winning the first map in the series. Getting some momentum going. See, Twitch chat's having their fun with this. So whatever, it's up to the fans. They can pick whoever they think is your MSI MVP. It's up to the fans. So make sure to get your votes in. Make sure to make your voice heard. I believe the winner gets a laptop. Am I correct about that?
I think you might be correct. That sounds right. I'm not going to confirm and say it is right, but it sounds about right. But I will say, I also respect you, chat, that you are voting for players that did play in the series. Where we're not going over bringing up old Canadian main tanks that used to play in the Overwatch League. There is a level of respect for the craft that's going on here. Respect for the tournament. It's appreciated. Yeah,
definitely. And to be fair, I think from this series we got to see that UC Irvine is just the strongest team with a bullet right now, right? Like I mean, to win the grand finals 3-0, and not just 3-0, but with multiple full holds, holding earlier than expected on pretty much every map. I mean, they did drop one round, but I would just call that a misplay on mid of Sanctuary. But just from that point on, it just felt like they were in control of the series. From there on out, there just wasn't a moment where Santa Cruz had a road to victory even, from that point, right? Like, even when they're winning fights, they never even got it to the last fight, right? They never even got it to the overtime. UC Irvine just too strong, too powerful. And for me, it did come down a lot to their strategic diversity. They were switching comps a lot more, and in my opinion, making better choices than Santa Cruz.
Yeah, and look, overall, I mean, you also look at their run throughout the tournament, right, where they came in at the upper bracket into this grand final. They did not drop a series the entire tournament long. And hang on, I think we might have an update on who the MVP is.
It is, I heard production, it's Snozlar is going to be our MSI MVP. So congratulations to Snozlar. To be fair, I did give him the honorable mention, right? Leaving that final map. I think he really picked it up in the final map. And, I think in an emotional perspective, that's really what you want out of a player, especially at this level, right? A lot of these players probably have aspirations to go further, to potentially be professionals, someday going to that tier 1 scene. And I think for Snozlar, to his credit, down 2-0, backs against the wall, it really didn't feel very hopeful for UC Santa Cruz. They would have a chance to come back. But Snozlar played, I think, his best Overwatch in that final defense there on Dorado. And, that's that clutch player factor really does carry a lot of weight. That sort of factor can sort of bring up the spirits for the rest of the team. So next time you find yourself in that down 2-0 scenario, that the rest of the team knows it's not over, right? We can still bring this back. And you need that player who's willing to, or who is able, I guess, to say, to actually pop off in those moments.
Yeah, and again, I think it's you look at there where the MVP doesn't always have to be from the winning team, and it wasn't quite enough in the end. But if they had a slightly better offense on Dorado, that was still a great defense that came in from Santa Cruz. It wasn't quite enough to have a counter full hold, but Snozlar was a big reason why it was close, why we were getting to build the storyline of hey, only 2 minutes left to go. They didn't get it a whole lot lower than that, but there was a moment of hope there, and Snozlar playing above and beyond was a part of that. So I'm totally down for it. Snozlar officially your MSI MVP with all the accolades that go along with it. And, Jake, it does start to bring us here to the end of the tournament, but, this has been a great experience. It's a great way to wrap up the year as you kick into the swing of the holidays. And I'm just glad to have been here, to have seen it all unfold.
Yeah, definitely got to throw a shout out the way of Xfinity for presenting this holiday invitational. It was great for me as native San Diegan. Most of my friends from high school all went to UC schools. So to see these teams play and to see the collegiate Overwatch scene really grow as it has, there's a lot of teams being fielded by these colleges, a lot more support these days, for those teams from the institutions in the college, and I think that's a huge deal. I think my eyes in particular are really tuned to the future of collegiate Overwatch. I think collegiate esports in general, in the West in particular, could be a massive area of growth in the future. So awesome to see this invitational, and I hope to see many more like it.
Couldn't agree more. On all counts, watching collegiate esports grow has been a treat. It only gets bigger from here. But this is going to bring an end to it all for us here today. To everyone watching, thank you for tuning in here today, and happy holidays.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control?
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, dance of screen, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Yes! Oh! So freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry. I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
My name is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCI Esports program to help you do that.